All right. Right, I'm just getting started, so we'll jump into some Zomboid here in just a moment. All right, now we'll just wait. So the plan today is to level up some long blunts as well as I don't know, we'll see. Gonna play it by ear mostly. So like if I decide I want to do metalworking instead, might do that. We'll see.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. Oh, I got rid of the kill counter briefly because we were doing debug testing. So there we go. Thank you very much for the wellness. Do very much appreciate. Hmm. Okay, so we'll do a quick once around. We'll check the animals. We'll check for the fishing area, for the crops, and then we'll check the generator. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm just right now making food. And then I shouldn't have to make food again for a little bit because we'll have several. There we go. There we go. Okay, now to go check on the crops. I think I already have one. Yeah, we do.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Most of the prep is done. Now we'll be able to do some stuff for a bit. Hello. You doing a wellness check? Yeah, that's good. It's good to make sure you're doing wellness check. There's no limit on wellness check. You kind of just keep doing it. Like, if you need. Some folks need to do that. Self-assess. It's important. But especially for folks like myself, I will forget to self-assess sometimes. Not inherently because it's not because I don't want to, it's more so that I get too focused. Or I forget. To take a recoup after a long day. One of my favorite things to do is There we go. Bubble bath with a good book. Or tablet. Preferably a book though, because I feel like paper is it's nice.
Hey!
That hay is just Higgins being Higgins. Yeah, just leveling some skills. I'm pushing Mojo. I want to see if I can get to the bookstore or the library. In a bit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey!
Hey, Remy, thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Making progress. Nah. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I am currently just gonna continue bonking zombies. Okay, let's go finish off that other group, and then we'll head home, have a snack. Yeah, you got some good stomping in. That's good. Ribbit. The crawler now. You can tell. Very easy. Alright, let's get some rest in. Snackies are good. I had some fruit today, as well as I went to the grocery store and I got something that I've been craving. A relatively healthy amount of grains. I've been wanting grains. I don't know why. Maybe I'm becoming a zombie, but instead of eating, eating brains, I eat grains. What kind? I've just been craving oatmeals. I don't know why. Just wanting oatmeals. So it's like, oh, maybe it's a nostalgic sort of thing. Maybe missing them mornings that I used to, cold morning, fresh snow on the ground outside. And you gotta get bundled up and go out into the cold. So first thing you have in the morning is oatmeal. Oatmeal, and there you go. Yeah. Those were good days. And we used to get sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes we used to get there's like little dino egg oatmeal where they had the little dissolvable sugar eggs that dissolved into little dinosaurs in your oatmeal, and I really liked that. It was cool. It's just fond little memories, right? I like those. You still get those? Let's be honest. You sometimes will have a pack. You'll have a pack for yourself too, because it's good. Less for the sugar, more just for the nostalgia. Remember when you used to eat those? Probably doesn't even. It's not really even the best kind of like. It's just kind of cool. That's all. Because you'll look back on those, the kids will look back on those too, and those times, and with fondness, and be like, remember those cold days? Fruit roll-ups or fruit by the foot. Yeah, gushers. Those kinds of things. Things that I wouldn't eat now, because I don't really need things like that now. But if I were to make myself an old, like, old lunchbox. Or you get your little baggie of Fig Newtons or whatever. Whatever treat that you got. Ham bomb. I got 1 second. Ham bomb. I was doing some work, and then I did I was just watching some stuff today as well that was interesting. It's like analysis stuff. I liked it. It was cool. You enjoy while playing a game? While watching. See, I can't do that. I can't play Project Zomboid and watch Project Zomboid. I have to play a different game. Because if I'm watching Project Zomboid and I'm playing Project Zomboid, I can't. It causes me, even if I were to change the sounds, or I had somebody who was playing with the left, or what are those sounds called? The ones with like the clickers and all that. I can't. Is it Walking Dead? No. Last of Us? I don't remember. They were a special sound pack that made the zombies sound different. And even still, I couldn't do it. I tried. Like watching somebody and playing some Zomboid, and I was just like, no, I can't do it. It causes me like not stress or anxiety, but kind of. I'm like times 10 paranoid. Like it's worse. It's so much worse. I just can't do it. My brain's like, no, you know what? No. This is wrong. We shouldn't be here. I'm gonna bring these buckets closer. Yeah, but hopefully everybody's day's going good. My day is pretty good. I spent quite a lot of it, I did quite a bit of work, and then I was like, okay, now that the work's done, I'm gonna see these. Emma wasn't around, at least not that I seen, because usually Emma will message me, shoot me like a frog video or something. So Emma wasn't really around, so that was unfortunate. I was like, okay. And so I watched some analysis stuff, finished my paperwork stuff that I had to do, and then I was like, okay, now I got time to stream. I'll fill those up here in a moment. Let's go up and get ourselves some snacks. Yeah. I do hope we stay safe in game today, for the next month, because we're approaching my survival time high score. The furthest I've ever been, survival time wise. And then we just need to outdo my kill score, and then that's it. Then I'll be on my PB right technically. Two of these in there because I'm trying to gain still. Okay, let's go have a look at the sunflowers, and I hope most of them are done, because we've only got 10 days left in the month. So, and then that's it, they'll start taking damage and then they'll die. Almost ready, not quite. I don't think the leeks are gonna make it. The lettuce might, though. Now we just need to get all the way back down to where we were. And if we keep this pace up, then we'll probably see higher and higher levels of weapon skill a lot faster. Okay. Another round, please.
me!
I need to back off. Can stay there. We're actually almost able to siege the school directly, which would be nice. Next. Hey, Red. How goes? You having a good day? Wow. Yeah, I'm taking that. All right. feel like they're louder. Hmm. Silly zombies. Yeah. Bail for a sec. Let's just throw this in there. I'm not dealing with it right now. It's gonna sort of take a few hours to sort myself out anyways. Might as well run all the way back. I missed all threes. Oh, wow. Darn. Hey. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. My rat race is going pretty well. Making progress. Hello. Hopefully your run's going good too. I'm taking it you probably were playing rat race today. But maybe not. Maybe you were doing something else. It's going better than it should. That's fair. The rat race can sometimes be tough. Especially, yeah. But it's going pretty good. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. That's very important. I'm gonna do my little intro thing here in a minute. I just want to get back to the house first. Go, and then we can have ourselves a meal. Peaceful meal. Delicious, peaceful meal. There we go. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. Hello. Yeah, I'm glad that your run's going good. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. Yeah. Because that's the thing. Sometimes you're not in, like, you know, you're in an ebb, kind of in those moments. People don't get to see you at your best. Meanwhile, then there's the other moments where you're like, yeah, no, I'm all hype and go, go, go. It's really fun, right? But at the same time, those aren't every moment that that's around. So it ends up being... That's part of why I wanted to have an intro-y thing, is because I want it to be the same mostly. And it takes a lot of the pressure off of me, so I don't have to... I went to bed way too early. We should have did reloading or fitness or something, but I didn't think about it, and now we're going to wake up at like 2 a.m. That's being optimistic. Oh, oh, Higgins slept in. Yay, Higgins slept in. Do we do some cooking? I think we do some cooking. To let all that stuff thaw. There we go. Okay. Okay, these should be and frozen soon, but we'll put these in there with that for now. Might need another bottle of veggie oil. Yeah, you ready to watch and learn? Oh, okay. If you need to ask any questions, feel free. I don't know everything, but I know lots of stuff, so I can maybe help with some things. I'm not going to say, though, that my knowledge is going to be 100%, though, especially due to the fact that it's unstable. And at any moment, my knowledge could just be completely wrong because of the whole it being unstable thing. But that said, though, you know, also I get stuff wrong because I'm human and I make mistakes. It's good to remember that. House hippos. Okay, I'm just gonna stand over here and let the water auto my crops so I don't have to deal with it. This is also harvestable. We can harvest this. So is that. And that. There we go. Lemongrass is both, it's one of the better crops to be able to put down because not only does it like stay similar to the strawberries, somebody mentioned that's perennial, but still the point is that you don't have to replant them. They also protect other crops that are adjacent to them. Of course, they have grow times just like the other ones, though. I'm so excited for when greenhouses become a thing. I want to be able to grow crops whenever. I don't want to be forced. When they stop out the daily targeting system. Can you imagine if they took melee combat off of right click? No more will you be right clicking for melee targeting. No, that's not gonna happen, but unlikely. But where would they put because, well, I guess you could put it in the crop system right here like this. So instead of having a right click option, it'll be water in this little plant information thing. And you're gonna see people get a little bit more annoyed. Because I've been seeing some people annoyed about the taking stuff off of right click and putting in the windows already. I don't care one way or the other. For me, it doesn't matter. I don't like it, just so long as I know where it is. But the amount of that's happening it's obtuse, especially if you're a new player. Because it's like, okay, well, oh, it's on the window now, and okay. The tutorial should get redone. And inclusive in the tutorial, they should teach you how to make fire. Like how to do a campfire and how to light it. Because that is like kind of an important skill. But eventually they'll get to that stuff, I'm sure. How to use a car, yeah. There should also, like, later on I'm hoping for candles as well as an option, because there's no early game lighting fires source for like the kiln, and that frustrates me. You're forced into one of these things and you can't light a candle without having a candle. You can't make the improved battery lighter either unless you're level 5 electrical or you happen on the magazine, which yeah, something better for this. It doesn't even need to be like, and also I'd love to see it so that the primitive stuff is required to make the advanced stuff. So you could have the recipe for this one require the bricks, right? And that the bricks are something that you can make in the primitive kiln. Of course, I know all that stuff is on the docket and that they're going to get to it eventually. It's just one of those things, right? Infinitely long docket is infinitely long. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, and I agree. It's crazy long. They have like a huge list of things, and then I mean whatever things that are, and that's what should be for the base game, right? But then it's like, oh, but some stuff can be mods. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. All I know is that am I gonna like the weather here in like 5 minutes? I don't know, and Higgins went to bed early today, so he's gonna be tired faster. We'll see. But the zombies really want to stand there in the patio. I don't know if for CDDA, Smokies would be the best place in the initial. It's definitely, I don't know, it's hard. Oh, so you just got to the knowledge point where now you're trying to extend your life and go for greater goals. I got you. That's interesting. Yeah, it's important to have proper like zones essentially for where you can put things and keep it organized to whatever style of player you are. Some people like the pile and swear by it. And that's not a bad thing, so long as you're making sure to balance the pile in a way that doesn't tank your frame rate. That said, though, I do like having little areas that are for specific items, and that way I know, okay, this is over here, I go here to get that. It's similar to the way I have my Satisfactory setup. While it's not the perfect setup in terms of understanding, it's one of those things where gradually you get better at organizing how you want things to be. The storage cube for FPS death. Yeah, where you walk by it and you just watch your frames go to single digits. But that's something that's involved in the crafting menu. If they limited this so that it does not activate like crafting stuff unless you open this window, that could help. Because if this window's not open, it shouldn't be checking recipes in your immediate area. And that might help frames a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. It's tough. But they're trying to expand and change things. I also still think that this shouldn't just be a livestock zone. What this should be is a room zone. Not just a room zone, but like, so what happens is you can designate it someplace as an indoor area, and then it could prompt you, be like, oh, this doesn't have enough wall, or like, this is not enclosed enough. It's missing a roof, it's missing walls. And then same for, yeah, so you can not only plan out your own house, plan out barns, you could also plan out greenhouses, and this would be how you use, you could totally turn this into a design your own area. I know you don't need a roof, but you know what I mean? Like, if it could be like that later on. Yeah, kind of like how RimWorld does it, where RimWorld does a check. Oh, this is a workshop. Why is it a workshop? Because it has a couple of crafting benches in it. How is this a barracks? Oh, it's a barracks because there's a bed there. Same thing could be applied to Zomboid, and then you could have it designated, instead of having livestock zones, you could have bedroom zones, stuff like that, right? It's a neat idea. At the same time, it's one of those things where I mean I'm gonna be biased to liking my own ideas. Similar to me liking the idea that in butchering you should be getting tallow, and it should be giving you lard and or animal fat that you can use both in combining with twine to make candles, for early game ambient lighting with no power, and then also you would solve some of the early game caloric issues because the animals would be giving you animal fat, which then you could use in recipes, increasing your weight for calories. It still doesn't solve the calorie problem because the calories problem is still rampant and annoying, but at least it helps out. Also, an on-screen warning that isn't hidden away in one of these tabs would be nice for if you get underweight. Because, like I've mentioned before, a brand new player doesn't really know to look here to see that their weight value is dropping significantly. If you think about that, that means that if you get to the point where you can survive the zombies long enough, you won't, and you don't notice this number, you can be killed by this number without realizing it. Yeah, like just a Moodle that can tell you that. I'm still also in favor of positive and negative Moodles. So kind of like in The Sims, how when you treat your character good, you gain aspiration. In this, if you treat your character good, your character could be wanting to do things better. Maybe they have better attack speed, maybe they have better XP gains, maybe they have something that's, maybe they're faster, stronger, less tired. Meanwhile, I want the flip side as well. I want them to make the unhappiness Moodle pain. I want it to be awful. I want it to cause fatigue. Give us real depression with that Moodle. The depression that kicks in where you don't want to do anything, where you just want to be in bed all day and pout and cry and be sad. That is, the real truth of depression. Not, oh, I'm sad, my action speed slightly less. No. I think positive and negative Moodles would be a fantastic addition. But, and not the, because you get one positive Moodle that exists, and that is the full stomach Moodle, which doesn't last for more than a couple in-game hours. And you can keep stacking it on, and yes, it does give you strength. Yes, it, even when you're maxed out strength, it gives you more strength. It gives you better healing, and it gives you body warmth. But the thing is it's still not. It's a short-lived buff that doesn't last for very long. In order to maintain it, you actually have to keep eating. You keep eating your food. So in all honesty, keeping a high amount of low calorie food around that you can just kind of stuff yourself with would be not a bad strategy. But it's just it's not quite good, Yeah, it'd be cool if there was better interactions like that, because most players just ignore the debuffs completely. You'll see somebody walking around with this entire side of their screen all the way to the bottom full of Moodles, right? And they're just like, it's not that bad. Most of these Moodles don't do anything, which it's true. Most of them don't. Even on their tier 4, they don't really do anything. They're minute compared to what they could be, right? Meanwhile, you could do the flip side. Now, I personally don't like having a bunch of Moodles on the side of the screen. I like it when it's minimized. However, if you could instead see a big line of green Moodles, the sim is doing great. They want they have aspirations, right? They're the opposite. They're being taken care of. That could be a benefit as well. It gives back to the player some of the time that they're going to lose in leveling up all of these. Because if you net the gains of how long it takes to level up some of these skills, it's ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. And most of them are kind of boring to level up. They're not really that deep when you really boil it down. There's fast tracks to leveling up most of these, but they're not really engaging, right? They're kind of boring. take it from like you know, somebody who likes mechanics or any of those kinds of things. That it's just, yeah. And saving recipes to recipe cards would be another one that I would like. Now these are things that, these are suggestions, right? They're ideas that could be cool. That said, though, obviously the game is still kind of, it's being worked on. There's still passion in the tank for the devs. So we'll see. Yeah. Or like it gives you like a little bit of a stamina buff, like similar to what they did with Cola, but not to that extreme. You know what I mean? Because Cola, when they first released it in Build 42, in terms of it's giving you back some of your fatigue and those kinds of things, it was good, and the players received it a little, they well received it, and then they took it a little too far because they started taking traits that were like Sleepyhead and Reckless Sleeper, and those became kind of meta for a little bit. And in saying that, like, but similar to that aspect of things, but in a less gamey way, like, so that people don't meta it nearly as hard, but it's still good, right? It's like an extra, you know, 20% or 15% more of XP gains or attack speed, or, you know, slight benefits that last for like, it lasts for a couple of in-game days, right? Just minor stat increases that can last for a short time would be really cool. They don't need to anything like game breaking, but yeah, it was essentially old Coca-Cola recipe. Everybody running around didn't matter the amount of sleep you needed. You didn't need sleep. You needed a flashlight and a cola in the other hand. Yeah, I figured that today was gonna get foggy. Yeah, we'll see. As time goes on, we'll see what happens. Well, it's similar to tea. Not most folks realize it, but there actually has been a vanilla form of a super elixir that exists in the game. Ginseng mushroom tea, or ginseng berry tea, is essentially one of the elixirs in the game. It's been in the game for ages. It is really, really good, but you don't see a lot of people using it. They are really good, though. They're essentially like having an emergency... They're an emergency booster. It doesn't last all that long, but it's like an extra little boost. And that's like the perfect way to do it. Is to have a little bit of a booster, something that can kind of get you out of a pinch, but it's not game breaking, right? Now it's hard, it's easier to say that than to create something like that. Oh. They kicked down that fence. Actually, I remember that. They must have done it last time, because I remember walking in there. Let's not do that. My arms hurt. They do more stamina damage than... Yeah, they do. They're much more stamina intense than they were in Build 41. In Build 41, you could actually get back the stamina. Now you can't. I argue that although they are my favorite weapon class, and I do love them very much, that Build 41 knives were better in terms of total total damage. Because, well, I mean, their stamina usage was way less. They're still good though. They're not. It's not like they're in the worst state ever. They just aren't great either. Especially when you've got things like the short blunts and the axe is able to keep up now in terms of stamina values. So it's less ideal to use them. The only reason why you would use them is quantitatively. You're going to have more short blade access than the other weapons because there's so many of the short blades stuck in the zombies. That said, though, you can counter that with, oh, but there's so many things on the ground that I can make short blunts and axes out of. It's about equal. There's no wrong way to decide which weapon class to use. You just use whichever one you like best. But that said, yeah. From a min-max standpoint, there are kind of right answers, but it's like it doesn't matter. It's marginal at best. The only time that it really, really would matter is if you are like absolutely dead set on a deadline, I guess. But that's self-imposed. It doesn't necessarily mean anything at all. Similarly to us playing Zero to Hero. Although I would argue Zero to Hero has some great benefits. One of them being that it doesn't last forever. So you eventually, and then you get to cash out on the skill points that you didn't take. Or that you did take, I mean. So like on other things. Yeah, they're still good. Yeah, condition-wise is where they make up a lot of their stuff, because they you don't need to make as many of them. Same as the stone maces. Stone maces are really good too. what's my plan for building the bases? Clear the area first, and then I'll build the bases, and it shouldn't take me long. I already have all of the requirements. The most dangerous aspect will be moving the car into position, and then because each outpost requires certain tick boxes to be in working order, right? I have all of the food. I can get another generator because I know where a lot of the generators are. So that's good. So food, generators, working sinks, easy. I just need to find another pipe wrench. And unfortunately, we can't make a pipe wrench right now, which seems like it's something that's a bit of an overlook in my opinion in the forge system. Eventually they'll maybe rectify that, but for now I know I have a pipe wrench somewhere on the map. I just don't know where it is. I think it's probably at McCoy Estates. Yeah, parking the car there will be a little bit, but it doesn't pull 1/4 of the map. It'll only pull, like, if I'm driving slow, it'll pull a lot less than people think it will, but it's still gonna pull out all the zombies that are hidden away. So here. So when I drove here in Crossroads, right, it will pull basically straight down here just before the train yard, right? Roughly that distance in a circle. So maybe 3 to 4 cells. It's not as much as people expect. It's just that if I were to drive faster or reverse with my speed demon, then it'll pull a much larger radius that would be inclusive of most of Muldra, most of West Point, and then a larger chunk of Doe Valley. Right? That's it's louder than a helicopter. The point of reference that I always like using for the helicopter is on pinpoint hearing. The helicopter has a range of from this forest house that's up here all the way to McCoy logging edge. So, and that's the radius. So that in a circle. So it'd be like all of Phallus, a large portion of Doe Valley, and it can actually touch a portion of the other side of the road that goes over to the country club. So it's a sizable chunk of terrain. Yeah, Red is right. You can pull the whole map, but that requires essentially you to hit a zombie, trigger, like, so there's a couple of steps that you could do it with to reliably replicate the louder sound bug, which I think it's a bug. It seems like a bug to me, but essentially what that is you would have to run over a zombie while reversing with speed demon, and then that zombie would need to become a crawler at the same time as the engine revs. So, and then you would it's a loud enough sound source to pull pretty much the whole map. Because it combos and doubles for some, or triples. Is it triples? It might be triples. The sound of it. It seems to do that because it does it while you're in combat as well to with the melee weapons, like it's in pushing, like it's all the same. Oh, so you can cause the stutter over in Muldra. It makes sense. Muldra is one of the towns that they've changed the most. So it has a lot of different stuff. But yeah. Hello? What are the rules for this? There's only a handful of rules, but essentially, 1 second. It'll be easier if I just pull them up on screen. Is it this one? 1 second. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure my game's paused really quick. Can I make you big somehow? There you go. There's the rules for the rat race, and I'll copy that and throw it in there for you. But essentially, there's no exploits. Use the listed settings. Stream the entire run. Debug is allowed, but only for very specific scenarios. Iron Man. So one character, one life kind of thing. And then you're not allowed to use seeded. Like, you don't choose the seed. Character creation can be any combination of character traits and occupations, and then the win condition is the level 10 in all player skills, each outpost listed, and 1,000,000 zombies, and then the outposts are here, which this is all in the Discord as well, but unfortunately my bot's broken at the moment, so I can't I can get the links and the post stuff, but I gotta wait for my friend Elm to come back. Yeah, it's meant to be easy access so that anybody can kind of start it up whenever they want. Just give me 1 second. I'll grab the link to the other stuff. Where is it? Should be there. Okay, and I left the other stuff off for the time being because, like I said, my bot's broken right now, so I can't post things properly. Also, as a result, my website got broken too. So. I broke all the things. I told Elm it wasn't my fault. He did not believe me. Okay. The thing that broke everything, though, was the fact that I took the underscore out of my username because for code stuff, it was causing problems. It's causing, like, whenever I did a couple of underscores, it would cause underlining, and it was weird. So, it had to go. Better to do it sooner than later. There we go. It's funny that the zombies themselves don't really give me any anxiety anymore, or panic. Not much, anyways, unless there's a lot of them. But yet, them banging on stuff, oh, so much panic. I broke another baseball bat. Nice. Good. Keep going, just keep going. $16.30. That can go there. Yeah, I do want to kind of clear out that small group that's over there. Ooh, a piece of candy. There goes all my stamina. Let's head back. Head back, get some food, relax. House alarm. Oh, I didn't see that question. If you're still like you're still around to hear my answer, house alarms are like similar to the helicopter. They will pull about the same-ish. So for example, I set off the house alarm here. This is close enough to pull a portion of West Point, although it probably won't. The reason why I say it probably won't was because when I set this house alarm off, I left down this way. So I left over this way. So the reason why it wouldn't is because as I'm approaching this way, yeah, sure, it went off and probably pulled a portion of West Point out this way, and they have follow sound distance set to 1,000. So a large amount of West Point's probably displaced, and my fault that they are displaced. But by the time I get to doing West Point, I'll probably be doing West Point along this road here. So we'll be making a lot of noise here, probably with a car. So anything that's been displaced will come out. I just am going to first focus on clearing Muldra out first. So that way nothing can flank me. But things still will. Because the thing is no matter how thorough you are, there's still some zombies that are going to get caught up on sides of things. And yeah, in my mind though, it's play it by what you think is best. So if, for example, I was living over here, but the reason why I wasn't afraid of any of the zombies that were going to go towards this house alarm is because McCoy Estates is it's surrounded by water, and if I felt like I was in major danger, I would have bailed out like in a different route. Now this is kind of close enough to pull this section over here as well. So similar distance to Muldra actually. So that's probably when I do go out this way. This is why I seen a larger group of zombies over here on the main highway. It's because they were displaced as well. But still, the zombies don't leave the cities as aggressively as people seem to think they do. So, for example, the Riverside zombies are still in Riverside right now. Like, if I were to... They haven't left. Same for the Brandenburg zombies. They're still in Brandenburg. They haven't left there. That's where they are. If I go over and activate those cells, or if I activate those cells by, let's say I drive a car down this road and make it to here and drive over here, there is a chance that my engine loudness might be loud enough to pull Riverside, but it's not like they're going to immediately all shuffle out. No, some of them are going to get stuck on the river. Some of them are going to still be within the bounds of the city because they straight line go towards you. And sometimes there's things in their way. Fences, as well as buildings will get in the way. A large amount of the zombies will be stuck here. They won't leave. That doesn't mean you can't pull the whole town and that you can't intentionally pull them, but doesn't work as many people think, that they just walking around in this place that suddenly all their zombies are gonna filter out and into the woods. That's not how that works. Generally, they stay in the cells that they're in unless provoked in some way, like through meta events, the player's interaction. Essentially, it's all based around the player. What you do can cause an impact, but that is kind of just how it is, right? I was gonna go back and fight more. I should go back and sleep. But yeah, it's one of those things where it does vary. Like, there's a lot of influence, but then there's a lot of folks that get stuff wrong with things like migration and stuff like that. Migration is the movement throughout the inside of a cell. It does not migration isn't leaving the cell. Leaving the cell is caused by meta or by the player allowing the zombies to do so. They won't migrate elsewhere. And that kind of just gets confusing. Yeah, they do tend to stick to their area to the best, but then again, you can pull them. You can pull them away. In multiplayer servers for Build 41, it can be so bad as that they'll teleport back to their previous location. Now, they don't do that as often in single player, although I've seen a couple cases where that has happened in single player, mostly due to crashes. But I've also seen zombies just straight up get deleted, thanks to the game's culling feature, which, when you're looking to kill as many zombies as you can, the culling feature is because it exists to keep your frames in balance, but it's, yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's make some dinner. Oh, I accidentally picked that. Sure. Lemongrass is a good emergency food as well because, although it doesn't give you very much, you can get a lot of it and it never goes off. It is a, because it's a cure-all for food poison, it doesn't have expiry. And the cool part about lemongrass is the lemongrass will it still does work as a food cure, kind of, but it's just less effective. You've seen the zombies. I've seen the zombies just appear like as if you were, you know how sometimes in multiplayer where you're driving around, right? And then the zombies just appear around your car because they didn't get rendered in. Because I've seen that happen in a single player game. It's scary. It's just because there's so many of them that it struggles to render them in properly. So, but when it finally does, it's like, whoa. Yeah, those are kind of like the things that are tough, though, right? Zomboid does a really good job on most of the stuff. Those kinds of situations, though, are the most dangerous because you could lose a character that is fairly progressed, and because of the nature of the way that Zomboid is, this is how you died. Um, that losing a character that's been progressed fairly late, like in a long way, it can be the I need to take a break now kind of, you know, for a lot of people. There we go. Nap time. Get some good sleep in. Hooray, weight gain. Yeah, I need to go check the crops here in a moment, but I also want to go and grab that amphora. and bring it over here, because if I'm gonna make a proper, like, for up top, like plummet, I'm gonna want to not have it be closed. And unfortunately, this particular amphora right here is a bugged amphora, so it actually physically cannot be opened because it's an amphora that was created before, in the before times, before you could open the amphoras. Now you can open them. You can open you can also close the lids on the other ones. But yes, this is a before times amphora. Yeah, that would be a cool thing to know. It makes sense in my head that closing it would allow you to, or to not evaporate. But then again, I don't know. Maybe they just want fuel to not last forever. But if that's going to be the case, give us ambient lighting for no power. Otherwise, then what's the point, right? In having all that ambient lighting, but then it only lasts for like a month. And then a short time. And then you're trapped in... I know that they want to make the grid accessible for us to reactivate at some point. It's like... Yeah. Or like mounting snow. Could you like make a cold, like little cold freezer that melts in the winter, or I mean the summer, right? Like little cold freezer that you can make out of mounted snow. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that they've got such beautiful electric stuff. I wish that I could see it more. But even if I can't, like, you've got some lighting capabilities. Give it to us in the non-power forms. Oh, and where are those little battery fans? You know what I mean? The little ones that you used to, little handheld ones that you just like push the button and they'd like spin and they give you like a little bit of a breeze. Where are those? Those existed when I was a kid. You could make them too. It's not like they're super complicated. Fans are not the most like in-depth in terms of electrical. Or give us like one of those handheld fans, you know, the ones that you like can kind of like, and then you could do the cool off action. The biggest problem with that is that the hot and the cold, while it makes sense that it should affect the fatigue system, it causes it to be strange. Because there's the means to cool yourself down is what? Get naked. That's it. That's like, there's just the major way to cool down, get naked. It's like, okay, that's kind of how it is in reality, but you could also get yourself a cold drink. You could circulate the air better. There are ways to cool off that are not just get naked. Tie an ice cube to your head. That's don't starve, right? Yeah. And then the opposite's true for staying warm. But at least staying warm, there's more options. You can light a fire, you can make sure you're indoors, you can bundle up. Getting warm is never a problem in Zomboid. Stand under a tree. Could you imagine standing under a tree in Zomboid? That's like asking for zombies to come out of the trees and attack you. Please. Pretty please. Hello, church-going zombies. You wanted the beer hat? You mean the one with the 2 beers on the side? Are you secretly Schmitty Werbens Jaegerman Jensen? Is that it? Is that the secret identity? DD was number 1. I knew it. You were secretly Schmitty Werber Jaegerman Jensen. That is your secret identity. I found you out. Yeah, I agree. Having one of those hats would be nice. I'd also like one of those pink hats. That requires me to go all the way to the strip club, and I don't really know if I want to go all that way just for a hat. I mean, I'm not even that far away from going to get a military bag, and I'm refusing to do that. So, like, I mean... right? Like, I mean... And that's just like a straight upgrade. It's just like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm good. Blue hiking bag all the way. Why not? Yeah, no, that's the one I was talking about, the pink hat. You can get it at the NASCAR track too? Oh, okay, maybe you can. Maybe you're talking about the... One day. Maybe. This is, by the way, the very first outpost. in my run. But obviously I've got to wait. I'll be leaving you there. Is there another option for a hands-free light? Yeah, there is one other option. So you see, what you do is you put a battery in a lamp, right? And then you put the lamp on the ground. There you go, hands-free. You can't bring it with you, not until you pick the lamp back up, but it's hands-free, technically. You put it down. And it's not in your hands anymore. The idea of walking around with a lamp in your inventory is hilarious to me. I don't know why, but it's funny to me, and it makes me laugh. I don't have a good flashlight that I can put on my vest, but I do have this lamp that I found in this one house. Extra. You could just have a line of them, like 10 lamps all in a line with batteries in them. There you go. Problem solved. It's your nighttime street of joy. Click, 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 click. Yeah, exactly. As you're running down the street, you just turn them all on. Clearly, it's the most optimal way to play the game, right? Definitely. Pre-set up a pristine street of lamps, and then pull the zombies in and kill them along that street using batteries. Oh, there we go. Another day. Frog on the move, indeed. We're making progress. We've managed to level up Long Blunt once already. We're actually already almost halfway, a little bit over half, on the next level too. So we'll be able to finish that really quickly, I think. And then the next one, we'll be pushing towards Long Blunt level 6. Level 5 will be nice, though. Every Long Blunt level giving us more and more capability. Till eventually we max it out, and then it can join short blades in the finished category. And then we'll move on to probably long blade. Because right now I'm going in reverse because they shuffled the stuff into true alphabetical order. So I was gonna do spear, but now I think spear is probably gonna be the last one I do. Either that or I might make short blunt the last one I do because we're going right now. I decided to go vertically, so we might actually flip back around and then short blunt would be last. Or what I might do is I might finish these 3 and then do these 3, so then spear would be last. Either way. Me sitting with Snoop Dogg? Okay, like, if I've never done drugs. No, none like that, right? But, I mean, if I was gonna... if Snoop Dogg was to offer, I mean, I'd be like, just one. Just one drugs, please, I guess. Just cause it's Snoop Dogg. Nah, it's not just about the drugs or anything. It's about the experience. It's like, I mean, I don't ever expect that he would I would end up in that scenario. I really don't. I've seen Snoop Dogg stream a handful of times. Usually he streams what was it? FIFA and I seen him playing, well, he wasn't it's hard to say. Because I think there was several people playing Elder Scrolls games, but very briefly seen that, right? And I seen when he was on Beam/Mixer as well, very briefly as well. So just neat. It's just neat seeing folks like that are prominent in their fields try something different, right? Because he is very, very much skilled at what he does. To see them kind of outside of their what is comfortable to them is cool. And very much something that you can respect, right? But yeah, I definitely probably wouldn't pass up that scenario. Because it's like one of the few scenarios that I can imagine being like that. Yeah. It's at that stage though that you get to kind of do whatever you want. Your life kind of just opens up, and you can kind of just be like, okay, now I've won at life. Now I can take a break and do whatever it is that I want to do. I'm gonna take a couple of minutes though to BRB because I want to refill my tea. It's been empty for a little bit, so I'll be right back and then we'll continue, all right? Yeah. Okay. Let us continue. Okay. Too high. Gotta go down.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. We appreciate it. This is the one sucky part about playing on dry weather. Because if you play with default, there's rain, like a lot. But you don't really need to take care of your crops, you just need to stand near them. Yeah, sprinklers would be so wonderful. Or even without sprinklers, you can do it with just building like a water thing. Like, you know, you can use gravity to irrigate. This is sick. Yeah, return to the aqueducts. 100%. Bring the aqueducts back. Give us back our ancient watering technology. It was never invented in this universe. Ah, but what do you mean? It's unfortunate. Could you imagine? We get a dev post like that. Nope, they never invented it. Special technology, never invented. Because that's a card that they can play quite a lot if they really wanted to. It was never invented in this universe. It gets played in the lore. So yeah, that's ambient noise. Is the other one just ambient noise too then? No, it was back to back. And it was directional. That one sounded directional, but no. Deal with that later. Given how much charcoal we use, I wonder why charcoal doesn't have a bulk recipe. Like, you know, like how you can compress nails. Why can't we compress charcoal into a charcoal bag? You know? Reduce the amount, but keep the amount of, like, the amount, less items on the ground, more items. Yeah. You could give it uses like thread. So, like, you know how thread has use? Like, charges? You could do the same thing with a charcoal bag. And it utilizes the same thing, same feature. But of course, that would be another crafting recipe, I guess. Make a carpentry chisel. Is there any other tools that I think I need? I don't know if I need forceps, but I'm gonna make them anyways, because why not? Oh yeah, punch and file punch and tool set. So we need a medium handle.
Hey!
Oops. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. Rest in peace, Mountain of Radishes. Oh, they won't fit in the composter. So we'll do the other thing. Hello. Congrats on first. Is this worth it? No. But they're just gonna get deleted anyway, so... You can take the number that I had, divide it by 3, and that's how much XP we're gonna get. We had like, what, 200, let's say? And that's actually still not quite true, because it's like 4.4, so it's like 0.8. But still... Napkin math. Math that you can't rely on, but that it doesn't really matter to be, because it's not meant to be exact. Meant to be ballpark. I kind of wish I could give these out. Like, we're just like destroying salad after salad. Meanwhile. Almost done. This is essentially the same as reloading. But at least there's a more finite end here in a second. Freedom! There's just a mound of vegetables laying on the floor in the living room. But it should be. Not that there would be. I would hope there wouldn't be. We don't need that. Vegetable scrap. Nope, don't need it. We're good. Don't add that to the game, please. Pretty please. It's not a necessity. But early game composting. No. Alright, let's return to the blacksmith pile. Hmm. How heavy is the ball peen again? $1.5. Does that weigh the same as the stone mace? Compare the stone mace, the claw hammer, and the ball peen hammer. Are they comparable? I was just thinking about that for short blunts. Because the old, like, MVP used to be the forged ball peen for a while. Talking all things accessible. And then the claw hammer's always been really good. Ribbit. So I'm curious, because the claw hammer was like the go-to in build 41. Outside of the pipes, of course, but they both got hit with a big nerf. Oh, that's unfortunate. They used to be go-to weapons, and they're very satisfying with their connect sound. Plus, they're the zombie killing sort of. You know, you build your wall and then you bonk the zombie with the same thing you're building your wall with, like. Because of its swing speed bug. Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm hammering away at this wall. Zombie comes up behind you. You turn, bap the zombie with the hammer, and then you continue working on your wall. Like, it's still... Okay, interesting. The wrench is still good. It still weighs 1. Wrench. Interesting. We can have a look at them now and see if they changed at all. Half a steel bar, and I need calipers, which I do not have, I don't think. Can I make calipers? I cannot. Well, that's unfortunate. Unless they are something you can craft utilizing other things. Doesn't look like it. Calamari! That is not a caliper. Okay. Calamari's like a caliper. Kind of. Sort of. Right? They aren't quite the same thing, but they're relative. Yeah, the weight thing is the biggest problem, right? Because that dictates how much stamina usage. And that's one of the bigger reasons why the axes, with the stone sides, they weigh so much less, and as a result are so good. But let's have a little compare. Morning! I have a gift for you. Okay. Yeah, they both still weigh 1.5. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Okay, on top of the end range, 1.5, both with weight. Yeah, 450 versus 300, slightly higher dura. Yeah. If you were gonna train, you'd use the metal half rod. Interesting. It weighs the least. Metal half rod. Forge bar into rod. Bar into rod. Well, let's have a look. This is the full rod. Full rod weighs 1.5. Yeah, you said the half rod though. So this is not right. Oh, still. 0.75, really? Wow, and if you think about some of the... that's sad for the short blades then, too, because the short blades used to be... And now it's like, I mean, the best you can get, it's like, they weigh one... You can get some of them that weigh like a lot less, but that what you're talking about is like stone knife level weight, but it's metal. Stone knife level weight versus metal. It's like the flint knife is really, really small. That's crazy. Interesting. Yeah, the shivs, that's nearly shiv weight. Yeah. I don't know. It's neat to think about these things though a little bit. The small stone knife isn't worth it? What, you mean the flint blade? Yes, it is. If you're early on in your playthrough, yeah. Making the flint knife is not terrible. If you're a short blades person. Although stakes are more accessible, so kind of... It depends on what you prefer. But getting those... The reason why, as a short blade user, you would want to use the flint knives is because you want to build your napping, because the long stone knife is really good. Like, really, really good. That said, though, I do agree that stakes are superior for the early game of short blade combat. They are the superior short blade early on. If you don't have anything, like if you have everything, hunting knives clearly. Getting early shivs is good too. Yeah, I agree with that. But also, and this should go without saying, screwdriver. But like, let's be fair. If you have access to screwdriver, then you've already been killing. So, but yeah, I feel like this. The if you while you have yeah. There we go, fully fixed. Yeah, screwdrivers are really good. Yeah, it's down attack as well as one of the better ones. It's sort of like cleavers, but cleavers are less good. Because I found that they broke a lot more. Oh, the whole point of making that ball peen hammer was so I could use it to fix this. That's hilarious. I'm like, wait a second, where's the ball peen that I just made? I put it away. Passively put it away without thinking. Yay, it has a door. Yeah. I'm still, like... Yeah. Yeah, short blunts, like, they're not in the worst position. Like, they are still good. It's still a good weapon. Like we've mentioned earlier, the stone mace is really good. That said, though, in my opinion, short blades actually are in probably one of the not worst, but like they aren't really up to what they used to be. Meanwhile, all the other weapons feel at least like they have some stuff, right? Like I don't know. It's hard to say really. Like even the hunting knife. The hunting knife just it lacks some of its old build 41 raw power because it's so heavy now and because you build up so much stamina. And because other weapons are now have access to the same stamina levels as short blades, they've lost kind of what they were best at. So they're still my favorite weapon, but it's just like... them being my favorite weapon doesn't always mean that they're going to be the optimal choice. They are the optimal choice in my case, but it's very rare, in my opinion, to have it be that the case, just because of enjoyment factor. The enjoyment factor can carry me through a lot of the difficulties therein. Yeah, it still has good output damage, but there's still, I don't know, that's part of build 42 in general, though. There's a lot more sitting around and waiting. That's if you want to be effective, and also you want to gain the most in terms of your, because if you don't, you're not gonna be. I suppose what you could do is, if you had the zombies in closer proximity, you could have the, like, while instead of just sitting on the, like, standing around to rest, you could craft. You do crafts to rest. But yeah. Yeah, the axes have been getting a lot of benefits. Not only have they stolen weapons from other classes, but they've gotten, like, they're still strong. I do agree that there's a lot of choices, but, like, I mean, I understand short blades at 100%. They are my favorite. I'm talking from a place of appreciation of them, but also, like, they're I understand their shortcomings comparatively to old times. So I did poke around the garden fork recipe, and I discovered something ludicrous. You can make you can't make it into the garden fork, like you can't make it into the into the standard spear, but you can tie it horizontally to a branch and make it into an axe. And it is the most weird looking axe that you will ever see. Why the player ever thought that they should be doing that is, it's like you can see the end on the garden fork where it would slot into the top of something, and yet they don't, horizontally. This goes on horizontally. Yep. And it requires level 5 welding to do that. Now, just want to say that level 5 welding is actually, it's not insignificant amount. It means that you're at least a moderate to, you're starting to get more advanced at your craft. That's what kind of the tiers of the, like, as you level your skills up, it's like beginner is 1 through 4-ish. That's beginner level. You start getting into intermediate level at around 5 through about, I'd say 5 through 8. And then you become an expert in that last stretch. Specifically, actually, it's 5 to 7 would be intermediate, and then 7 through to the end would be, you'd be an expert in that trade. In my mind, that's how I see it, anyways. The level 5 welding. to make the most jank looking axe in the world. And just because it swings like a cudgel. So you know the large branch? It swings like that. Because we needed more weapons that swing like that. Not only does it cost 5 welding to get there, but you get to be disappointed after you make it. I can't imagine. Somebody make that for the first time, they're going to be super disappointed. Or they're going to laugh at it like I did when I first seen it. That's what I did. I laughed at it. I thought it was ludicrous and silly. Yeah, so not only that, but welding is also in a bad place to level outside of... You can't really get XP for it except for dismantling large vehicles, right? So it's like, okay, then what? What do you do if you... Well, let's play the multiplayer scenario. What do you do if you join a server and all of the cars have been taken apart? There's no... You have to basically spawn in as a welder. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to do any of those recipes. Now, by doing that, you've now stuck yourself so that you're not able to do some of the other skills. Which is kind of the point a little bit. Because the multiplayer experience is supposed to have that sort of everybody work together community style. But in the saying that, you still got, there's folks that want to do the whole lone wolf kind of thing, right? But perhaps that's not the point though, right? I just feel like that all the crafting recipes, or sorry, all of the trees should have a method that's got better flow. They added more sand to the map. Yeah, I kind of still feel like that if they're wanting to make sure that things are in a state where they can't be, like, locust behavior won't destroy, there needs to be ways to get those things that is in an easier form. So, like, instead of... Why is it when you dig up dirt that there's a limit? Instead of having a limit, you know, like if I go over to the beach, I should be able to dig up more than one tile of sand on a beach, right? Like it's a beach. There should be... It eats all the sand? How is that possible? It eats all the dirt? How is that possible? Yes, there can be a limit, but like, I mean, if the limit was increased... Is a usable long weapon. I did tell you that I think there's a cudgel that you can make out of it that's so but it's not the garden fork, like being able to actually do a garden fork. Spear users would be happy if if the garden fork was accessible. They'd actually be going for, like, because no offense to the spears, but the metal tip spears, they're okay, but they're not something you shoot for. When the fire hardened spear is just easier accessible. A lot of people I've been seeing though that are just making regular wooden spears. Here you go. You can have a look at the skills. Where can I put this? Here, I'll just leave it there. And here, I'll scroll down a bit for you too, so you can see the other ones. We got a ways to go, but I feel like we're making good progress in general. I feel like we'll be hitting level 5 long blunt here soon. The first 5 levels, though, of weapons skill, once you actually have hit a stride, it's not too hard to get them, because they're kind of low in terms of total XP. So it's the back half that always takes a long time, and it's hitting level 7 is your goal. You want to hit level 7 with a weapon skill. The reason being is that every level before level 7 is a damage debuff. So that's all the way up to level, and then once you hit level 7, you've entered 1 times multiplier on your damage. So that's the true damage of weapons, is when you hit level 7. And then every paired level, every even level gives you maintenance. So level from there, it'd be level 8 is what you're looking for. And then the last 2 levels are just gravy levels. They're just extra damage, extra durability, and you know, once you hit level 10, it turns essentially, specifically for the long blunts, it turns this bat that I'm using into a katana, one-tapping everything. Yeah. Cookie's right. Am nerd. Hopefully you're having a good day, Cookie. Lost track of time. That's normal. I shouldn't lose track of time today because I've got today's Wednesday now, right? It's at least I think, right? Is it Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday now. Wednesday the 1st. I've got a date with Emma later. Cause it's Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday, my dudes. you do that good. You do that well. And you just gotta drum. You just gotta like jump and smile and Vine, how I miss you. Vine is I never got to, but then again, Vine and TikTok are the same thing in my head. So I never got into Vine and I never got into TikTok. But I figure it's the same as Shorts, right? They're the same kind of. So I can't. Okay, I understand. You don't have time to play PZ, so you just need a taste. Just a taste. Just a little bit. I just watch a little bit of content for PZ. Just a smidge. You also could do a small playthrough, just like a little one, like before you go to bed kind of thing. But then that slowly becomes I just want to play PZ, which, like, I mean, play on super baby mode. I feel like there is no super baby mode. That even builder or any of those other difficulties, even if you turn off the zombies, it's still pretty tough sometimes. It's never a small playthrough. I know. I know. It's just, it's like saying, I'll just play a little bit of Factorio. Just a little bit. You know, I just want to make some red science. Just to know how it feels again. And then pretty soon you're sitting there, you're staring down a main bus, watching like all the plates go by. You're just like, yeah, this is the best. Launching rockets, doing science per minute. You have dev mode? Yeah, no, lots of people play with dev mode enabled in case they run into a bug or something. I have a friend actually who plays with debug like on, right? And they play with the zombie pop map so that they can have a little zombie radar. And then they go hunt the zombies that way. It's fine. People play games the way they want to. Some people cheat and enjoy it too. So, like, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why they're included in games, is so that we can enjoy them in our own way. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're at a good stream. I'm having a good day. I'm getting some PZ in, and we are currently, well, we're up a few kills, so that's kind of nice. Right now I'm making a pit stop back here. I'm gonna drop off some nails. Throw away this broken bat. Higgins got a little tired, so here we are. Let's throw that in there. You're still waiting for 42 multiplayer? Well, you're not gonna be like, you're gonna be waiting a while. You should just enjoy other stuff or go back and play Build 41 multiplayer. Don't just wait for it. Like, do other things. Trust me, it's better that way. It'll come when it comes. Just sit there, just sitting beside the wall, staring at the wall. Build 42 multiplayer will be here soon. Yeah, it's not gonna be here for a while, not a long time, unfortunately. Not to burst anyone's bubbles. Watching paint dry. I mean, there's some folks that you could spend time with and you would enjoy watching paint dry. It just is a matter of that sort of thing, right? And there's some folks that just have that way. That way about them. Get a nap in. You do unlimited carry weight, so you could just keep on looting forever. That's fair. It's RimWorld and Factorio for you? Yeah. Like I just mentioned Factorio just a second ago. I've been looking at it, but because like I've been playing Satisfactory lately, and Satisfactory is fun. Right? But I did never finish Factorio. We launched the rocket. I didn't ever make it to the stage where you could launch lots, so that I was starting to make my space platform. I'd love to go back and play Factorio again at some point, but it's dangerous to do that. Because you play a little bit of Factorio. Yeah, I was doing vanilla Factorio with Space Age DLC. Because, so it's pretty cool. Yeah. So I launched I got to the space platform, but you can't just, it's like saying, I'll play a little bit of PZ, just a little bit. I'll play a little bit of Factorio, just a little bit. Yeah, right. This is not going to happen. It's just certain games have that pull to them that, okay, yeah, you can say that you're going to play a little bit, but outside of being heavily forced to not play, you will find yourself playing for hours and days and weeks. I have family members. They're the robots that follow me around. I have friends. They're the frogs that I find outside in Project Zomboid. Essentially what happens. One more term. So I used to have that happen in Overwatch too. It was, oh, I'll just play one more match. Only one, right? Just one more. Oh, that match didn't feel very good. I think I'll play one more. Just one more, right? That's why I have so many hours in the games that I have, is because I get that real bad. One more turn, just one more, just one more day, one more research. I'm so close. It's so close. Like, look how close we are. We're almost the next level of carpentry. We're almost the next level of, short blunt. I've lately though had to stamp my foot down and be like, no, I got to do other things and be an adult, but it's like hard sometimes. That's the thing though, there's you need to know, especially when you start getting into the upper ELOs, that it's sometimes that can be like a huge bad thing to keep playing and just keep going like that, because you could end up really hurting your rank if you care about that kind of stuff, right? Because sometimes you need to take that time to step away and reset so that you can feel a little bit better, let some of that stuff go. But it's hard sometimes to do that kind of thing, because some people get dead set in their ways, right? Save it. Have I set up any outposts? Not yet. I've got one that's potential, so I'll have one soon. I am kind of close. But remember, I am taking on Muldra, so I'm going to want to make sure that it's good first. And then once it's all set up and good, then I'll be done with that one. So then we'll have one. And then the next one that I plan to do is probably either West Point or we'll do Phallus really quick. But I say really quick, it'll take a little bit more than just that. Okay, let's fill these up. I'm gonna be keen when we have because I'm only doing crops half the year. I'm not doing them during the winter. So I'm gonna be, because I could do the flax and all that, but I'm just not interested. And given how much watering this takes. So I've got a question though. Do you know for sure it was a clone of the same cow? Did you name it and that it came out the same name? How do you know it was a clone? Because there's been times where I've thought that it's been the same animal and it wasn't. So I'm just curious. Is it like a really small area that couldn't possibly another cow have fit in? Also, some folks will delete their cells to fix them, right? And if you do that, then that actually reloads that entire area. So that could be another thing, right? You didn't check the name? Well, that's the thing. Same weight, same breed might be a different cow. Just because they're the same weight and same breed doesn't mean it's the same cow, right? Because it could also be like, so Occam's razor, right? Maybe it's not a duplicate. Maybe it's just a different cow that looks similar. That's happened before to a couple of folks in the rat race, though. That it could just be the same, like a different animal completely. There's a cow here somewhere as well, in my immediate area. I don't know where it is. I've heard it, though. And it's different sounding than the ambient tracks, and that's why I know there's a cow nearby, but I don't have any idea of where. I'm hoping it comes out of the woods to drink water at some point. Because then I'll rope it and I'll put it with the rabbits. Either that or it'll die and then just disappear. But either way, I'm not going into the woods to look for it. These are the woods beside Muldra. There's a high chance there's zombies there that I have not dealt with. I'm not doing that. This is not how my story ends. It's suspicious, but it might not be. It might be just like it could be an event that had more than one cow, and you only seen the one, right? The easiest way would have been if you would name the cow, like, or if the cow had a name. That would be the easiest way to see if it's a duplicate, is because then it would have a name, right? And they would be the same. Or if you could check the cow ID, if that's... I don't know if there is an ID number for animals like that, but I don't think there is. Oh yeah, definitely don't complain about that. Having 4 cows is great, especially because they can kind of bug out and die of sickness. I think Claire was having problems with one of her cows not quite getting enough water for some reason. I don't remember why. Yeah, and other animals can just randomly die too. I've seen it with my rabbits. I'll come back to the pen and there'll be like 1 or 2 dead ones, and I'm like, okay, well, what happened here? I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that it's because they couldn't get to the water, but there is a fair amount of water in their pen, so shouldn't be like that. A reminder that I planted these sunflowers in April. And they've grown all the way through their best month, and they're now currently on their worst month. But there's nothing you can do. Not really. Like I mentioned before, greenhouses would be so good. I would love having a greenhouse. Time of sunflower? Oh, that's appreciated. That means I brighten people's days and I lean towards the sun. You know, honesty though, I don't like the sun. It burns me. I like going outside though. I like outside. I just don't like the sun. It burns me. It's too bright. We should turn it down. It's nice that drying racks got fixed. I mean, kind of. I still wish that the leather making drying racks were better, because they kind of suck. Like, it's not fun to do leather making. Like, Vintage Story at least makes leather making kind of fun. Like, you know, you seal up your leather in different types of tannin, and it's pretty entertaining. I like that. PZ, it's just throw them on a rack, and... It's a multi-step process in PZ too, because you have to take the unprocessed, process it, and then you have to use the brain solution on it, and then you have to put it on the rack, right? But yeah, like putting wax or doing animal tallow. Yeah, Vintage Story's got that stuff really, really well done. I haven't been in here in ages. Yep, they're still drying. Like, well, I mean, I've been in here, but it's just... I figured they'd still be drying because of the cold weather. The rat race is played on very cold, so as a result, it's different than an apocalypse game. That's self-inflicted, though, which is why I almost never talk about it. It's because that's self-inflicted by my settings. It's got nothing to do with the base of the game. That's on me. Right. Isn't the game's fault. Did I build that house? What, the one that's over there? Yeah. The windows and all. I did the windows too. I need to make more windows too. But I'm talking about this one, right? It's a leather drying shack. I wanted to make it into a storage / book place, but I wanted to make it into a place where I kept my books. This feels like that what is it? That Timmy Turner's dad meme where he's like, I'd put my books right here if I had any. And I've got like 2 books. 2 books to my name. Animal Care 4, and I can't remember the other one. I think it's a tracking book. Tracking something. Oh, I have pottery too as well, I think. Your yard's messier than mine. What do you mean? My yard's not messy. This right here is organized. It doesn't seem like it, but there's method to my madness. This is organized chaos. Alright, so you didn't get to see the stats? What stats? Oh, you mean this? I can just open them again. You're just gonna have to ask. I don't know when the ads play unless I push the ads button, which I only push when I go on breaks. I'm gonna, I don't like to, that they bother everyone. Yeah, you can see my stats there. And then my other stats are up here, which is linked directly to this. See? Same number. Same thing. But yeah, all you have to do is ask. Easy peasy. I'm definitely doing well on the skills part. I mean, I'm doing okay. There's still stuff that I need to get done, but I've predicted that I'm gonna have, by the time I'm done clearing Muldra, we're gonna be at 16 skills mastered. So, and then we'll be moving on to the next one where we'll probably push towards trying to get more skills mastered and finished. Some of them are gonna take longer than others, but I can instantly have some of these done. Like, I can finish first aid probably in 2 streams it'll take me to finish first aid. If I had the books, it would take me 2 streams to finish mechanics as well, but I obviously don't have the books, so that's going to take like 5 streams if I had to guess. If I were to focus it. But it's just a matter of dedicating the time to getting those things done. And then as it stands right now, we're already almost level 8 blacksmithing. From there, I'll be doing swords soon to level our long blade later on. But if I do get high enough with blacksmithing, I can also make crowbars, which will let me do crowbars instead for long blunt, which will allow me to train that. But yeah, a lot of these I can finish off whenever I want, kind of. Like masonry, I can get to level 10. Napping, like, a lot of these are not too bad. There's a couple loops that I can kind of use for things like tailoring. Pottery just requires a lot of clay. But yeah. Baseball bats are easy to craft, but it's not just about crafting the baseball bats. It's about also being able to utilize my skills for other things. So like mushrooms. It's basically like double dipping the XP pool, right? Because if I choose to use crowbars, I'm leveling I'm leveling my long blunt, but I'm also leveling my blacksmithing, right? At the same time. So I get 2 sets of XP for that. I've already maxed my carving, so I can't carve more. I'm done with it, right? So, but they're not bad to have. So like, if I'm on the go, it's good to have. Same for the masonry, same for everything, right? Eventually it gets to the point though where you don't need to worry about that stuff anymore. As well as there are other things that you need to worry about. Like not playing while fatigued and getting damaged by the zombies, because, well, that can end the run, right? And fatigue comes in many forms. It's not just about being tired. Because you can be burnt out as well, and that's never good. Because then you'll play a lot more carelessly. Why am I clearing the grass? 3 reasons. The first reason is for the ability to see what's on the ground. Second reason, for aesthetics, because I like it. And then the third reason is that I wanted to collect a little bit of grass for my rabbits. So I'm just doing a small portion of the grass before bed. Yeah, there's not a big reason that outside of that, although I do need to feed the rabbits, so they do need food. But they don't need this much. The rabbits can sustain on very little, thankfully. Like, this is hundreds of units of grass. I can eat the rest? I wish. The grass does have a hunger value, but it's not for us to eat. It'd be funny if you could eat the grass, though, in a pinch. But see, so I don't know what it is about it being satisfying to see that this section of the area, right, is claimed by me. Have I tried what to eat the grass? Yeah. It doesn't let you. At least it hasn't let me in previous patches here. Yeah, see? I like that they added a waitlist function though. For that. I'm grabbing this. But yeah, if you could eat the grass, that would be... It would probably save a lot of runs from starvation. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, though. There's a few runs that I've seen ended that way. It's been a little while since I've died of starvation. My last death that was like that was Leola Hefner. Died of corpse sickness. And I thought she was safe because I had an indoor area, but the indoor area didn't count. There were too many corpses nearby. And no bunnies. Here is some grass for you. Alright, bye bunnies. Is it there for strategic reasons? I moved a few troughs over to it, right, from the other farm. It was already fairly good placement for it. The reason why it's far away from my main area is because if I have the bunnies close by, then they're loaded in and also the zombies that have wandered into my area would cause them to freak out. So I would rather they not, like, because every once in a while I have a handful of zombies that shows up here, right? And I don't want to freaking stress out the bunnies. So the bunnies are in a place of their own, safe, away from everything. So it's not really strategic per se, because I have to run over there, right? But it kinda, it keeps the bunnies safe. Because while I'm over here, they're unloaded. First live stream in the ages? It's been a little while, I guess. It's not like I haven't been live, though. It's just you've not been around. Yeah, the zombies freak the bunnies out, and the bunnies get kind of they're not happy. I would rather them stay less stressed if I can. It's not a good, it's not a bad idea though to have them nearby if you know there's not going to be zombies in your area. So if you know that your area is clear, you can have them nearby. Can I want to mention this out loud because I want people to be aware of this. Don't put your generator beside your door. I've been seeing that a few times now throughout the community. Is there people putting their generators by their door? Don't do that. The generator makes noise. Zombies are attracted to the noise. Stop putting the generator by the door, people who are doing that. Just so, because you're stressing me out. I want you to survive. And if the zombies will be attracted to the sound, they'll come stand next to the generator. If it's by your door, they're gonna come stand by your door. And when you open up the door, there's zombies there. It's stressing me out. You know, a few times just recently. It's like they're living on the edge. They don't need to be, but they are. And now Higgins is gonna have a shot because that's what he does sometimes when he's in a particular amount of pain, and he gets to have a shot. Go to sleep on his port, drinking from his golden goblet that he made. Yeah, nap time. I have a wall, but the zombies can break down your wall. Unless you, well, maybe not. Maybe they can't. It covers more of the building. Generators have a fairly large range. Like they for 20 tiles. So you see where my generator is? My generator has access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Half of Smokies from where it currently is. Which is exactly what I want, right? I do measure it out. So it does half of Smokies. Why half of Smokies? Because it keeps my bedroom lit. It keeps this area lit. But I don't need to power this side of Smokies. When am I going down there? Seldom. If I wanted to power all of Smokies, I'd pull it up a little bit. Or I'd do a multi-gen setup. I'd do one generator here, one generator over there. Multi-gen setups, though, while they can work out, like for example, my Gigamart base had a multi-gen setup because the Gigamart is huge, right? To power the whole Gigamart, it took 2 generators. But it's the same as the prison. If you want to power the lights on in the prison, that takes a lot of generators. I don't recommend doing that one by yourself. I think Rural did a prison base one time. And I think he would say the same thing. He would be like, yeah, I don't recommend that one. Because it's too many. Too many generators, not in, like, too much maintenance. Not worth. Don't accidentally power like 10 fridges. Yeah, that's why you pick up all the fridges that you're not using and take them away. There's 4 days left in the month. I really hope that these finish soon. Not ready for a while, but these ones are. If you have, well, first you could utilize them for welding XP in build 41. I don't know if that works in build 42. I don't remember. I haven't tried taking apart any fridges. I know taking apart cars works. Like the burnt out wrecks. That's how we're gonna level welding. Is by getting to the junkyard and taking apart all the cars in the junkyard. Muldraw's junkyard though is where was it? It's like here, isn't it? We gotta wade through a little bit more. Last time I went through for the trailer park though, we were able to get a little bit more push on. But there's a couple other ways to get welding XP, like barricading windows, but if I remember correctly, you need to be... Oh, really? You need to be level 3 to do it now? When did they change that? That's bad. Like, look at all these welding recipes. How are you supposed to get to level 3? Making metal floor? You need the recipe, which requires either auto-learning it or finding it through the magazine. Can't do that. Yeah, you need the recipe. Okay, I need to BRB for a moment, so I'm going to do so. And be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Grab some food. Honestly, there should be more just studying things like The Sims. What's up? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Are you looking forward to tomorrow? I am. I can't wait. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for Vintage Story. We're getting some progress in. I've got my list of the different teleports. Tomorrow I'll be at work. I mean, yeah, but after work you'll play for a little, right? Unless you can't. It's okay if you can't. You'll get to see our progress. I've got plans to maybe go over to some of those areas and make them more our own, and also setting up a proper flax farm in one of the places that is better temperature wise. Like a big one, like a big flax farm. You know, we won't. Okay, well, still, we might be playing other stuff though. You can always be like waving at us while we're doing that. We're also trying to do stuff like we've got the Monday thing planned as well. Have you seen that? The Monday, it might be better time for you maybe. The arena. It's gonna be Crimson Sands Arena, I think, is what we agreed on the name. Kind of, sort of. We may change that though. It may get swapped, but Crimson Sands Arena. It's located in the middle of like an alpine valley, which is, but the arena itself's made of sandstone. So, and then I might be a shopkeeper in that one, maybe. We'll see. I'm waiting to see if other folks want to take that role. Because I don't want to, you know, take that role and then, oh, but so-and-so wanted to do it. Alright, Fridays off. Okay. So do you only have Fridays off? So it's only Fridays? Is that like it? That's the only open day of the week for you? Well, if that's the case, that's unfortunate. So wait, so you have weekends? So you work Monday to Friday. You do weekends. Maybe that could be brought up if weekends are available for folks. Maybe we could change it so that
You
we're
are
doing like
amazing.
Saturday or Sunday. I can't do Sunday mornings though, because that's when I have D&D normally. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Normally. We haven't had D&D the last couple of weeks though, but we'll probably... We'll be back at it soon. Our DM needed a break.
You are amazing.
Thank you for the follows. We very much appreciate. You'll be getting this game soon? Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, that is a very good one. It's the best advice. You're gonna die a lot, and it's okay. It's how it goes. This game warns you about that. There you go. Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follow so folks can enjoy their lurk. Don't have to feel called out. No. But I do very much appreciate it. It means that folks want to come back, which is nice. You enjoy watching the rat race? I mean, the rat race is essentially the same thing. It's a high pop save with like some other settings that are toned up a little bit as well. I do feel like rat race is got a good swath of a few things that I like, but there are some aspects that I would change within the rat race if I could. But obviously I can't because that goes against kind of part of what the rat race is. So that said, you know, it's still fun though. Because if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't keep doing it. Is a Dragon Ball Z DLC coming to Minecraft? That sounds interesting. Are you sure it's not a mod or a DLC? Like, actually? I guess I'll keep an eye out for it, because it sounds fun. Maybe. We'll see. Nifty. Interesting. Yeah, I don't do that. I can't do that. I struggle too hard to be wanting to do that. Muscle strain isn't all that bad. Once you understand how it works. It affects the early game more, though. These vests are worth way more than they used to be, as a side note. They are way, way more important now. Because you can make thread with them that is super good. Yeah, ballistic fibers. And then also the shotguns, I need them. I need them to be able to make aiming levels later. I just keep saving them. Just keep saving them. Just keep saving them. And then later, I go around, scoop up all the shotgun ammo in the world that I have, and then I can train my aiming. Not just the shotgun ammo, though. All ammo. Because the way that it's changed a little bit now, and it's better to use everything we got. See, the frame backpack, so the backpacks in general are not as good for me because I've got disorganized, right? I still want to make one though. The reason why I want to make the large frame pack is because, just because then I'm wearing stuff all that I made myself, right? That said, I can't make one right now because I lost some of my leather. Remember the whole update to build 42.12 deleted all my leather off of all of my racks, so I lost a medium leather that I would have had. Yeah. Sad. That's why we're using the blue hiking bag. The blue hiking bag actually has some specialness to me, but I have all the colors because just in case I feel like wearing a different one. You don't like using armor? It's not that I don't like using armor, it's just like I would only use armor in certain cases. There's only certain cases to be made where armor is especially good. Although, like, because you don't want to... The extra weight-bearing capacity of the armor makes it less worthwhile outside of fringe instances. That said, though, armor in Build 42 is amazing. You can, like, if you get grabbed by a zombie, there's a lot better chance to survive. I could make some of the, like, bone armors and stuff, but the problem is that a lot of the armors come with uncomfortableness and will make my character sad. Now, in saying that, there is a scarecrow outside that I can quick swap my clothes for armor if I want it. Yeah. The gloves and such, yeah. But I like the ability to make my own clothes, and gradually we're getting better at it. Eventually we'll be able to do the full body armor, and the full body armor is amazing for close quarters places where you have to go clear out zombies, but that there's a lot of tuckaways where the zombies can become problematic. A good example would be Hogwallow military complex. So this is the Hogwallow Forest, and this is the military complex out here. We eventually need to go there and clear that out. Of course, it's a dangerous place. You're gonna want to be armored up going in there. Unless you luck out somehow magically and get a pest event. Which, I've talked about pest events a handful of times. Pest events, what they are is essentially, think like the survivor event. So you know how some houses can be survivor houses? Well, Pest Event does the same thing, except it wipes out all of the zombies and replaces them with rats and rodents. Rats and mice. I know that they can happen because I had 3 areas of interest, well, technically 4, in my Apocalypse playthrough with Higgins, the first time we played him. The bus depot and the gas station both were pest events. There were no zombies at all in this area, and I was shocked when I went over there because I was like, where are the zombies? This is a point of interest that usually has a lot of zombies. None. There was no zombies over there. And then cut to when we went to the Darkwallow Lake Resort. This resort crashed my game 4 times or 3 times. Like a bunch of crashes. So, why? Because there was thousands of rodents in this building, and not only were there thousands of rodents in this building, but this building has a fairly large parking lot, and there were lots of zombies in that parking lot that decided, oh, free real estate over in that building because it's empty. Yeah, so they went towards the building, freaked out all the rodents, and then crashed my game more than once. Like, they crashed it a lot. And then when I went over to the front of it, I tried to claw back some of my FPS, killing as many as I could. I killed probably about 100 zombies and like 200 rats, trying to just get through so that I could get my frames back, just so I could leave. And then, so that's that, right? The other point of interest that I had that was notable was when we were on, like, we were doing the map clear, right? Because I was like, you know what, we're just going to clear, which we got to 50% of the map cleared, by the way, before Higgins took that scratch and died. I cleared, we had cleared Rosewood and the prison, right? I had cleared Irvington. We cleared March Ridge, Muldraw, West Point. Phallus was already clear. We then went all the stuff on this southern line for Echo Creek, cleared all of it. So from there's like a train stop somewhere along this route. I think it's up here, actually. No, is it down here? I think it's this one. This is the Irvington train stop. And Guns Unlimited, the Steelworks, everything. Cleared all that stuff. During that, I managed to see quite a few pest events, and the most notable one I remember was the bunker in March Ridge. I was hyped. I was so hyped to... yeah, debug can get you God mode if you're looking for a creative mode. And it's really easy to activate that. But I was so hyped to go in here, because I'd never seen a big basement before, right? And this was going to be my first big basement. And it was a pest event. I armored up. Like, I was like full head to toe in the best armor you could make. Because Higgins was, at that time, was a master blacksmith. He had everything. He had high-level long blades. I grabbed a bunch of the swords that we made. I was ready. And then... anticlimactic. The whole thing's filled with rats and rodents, and you know, it's just like, oh, no zombies. But yeah, we cleared out all of this. The death of that character was actually along this road. We were using spears, and we took a scratch. I went for a bad spear attack, and we took a single scratch. And I thought nothing of it at the time until the infection signs started to show. And then I was like, oh, I hit the 7%. And, you know, as soon as I'd already come to terms with it, that it was high chance that I hit the 7%, we drove all the way back to Rosewood, and I died with Kevin in front of the Gigamart. It's funny because Higgins survived 2 lacerations in the early stages of his playthrough. Because I took 2 lacerations in the beginning, because the way that we were doing that character was because he was a charity character where you guys had integration to do the charity donations for special effects. And anytime people donated stuff, I was shouting, I was like honking horns, I was blowing whistles, I was like being the most noisy. I had to shoot stuff with guns, like to, you know, like, you know, if I run and grab a gun, quickly shoot some stuff. Like it was fun. It was a fun little thing to do. But that character was supposed to be a throwaway character, and he ended up living for like a couple of years. It's usually how it is. You create a throwaway character in it, and they just live forever. Hi, by the way, Miss Vidams. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day, making progress. Hopefully you're doing well. They caught me on tangent. Reminiscing about pest events with the original Higgins, and that's why I know some things about the pest events. I don't know everything there is to know about how those events work or how they spawn, but it's just weird. They are weird, and they're dangerous because they can crash your game. I'd say they're more dangerous than some of the zombies. But yeah, that character did die by a scratch, which at the time, unlucky, but also it was kind of close to when Rat Race was starting. So truth be told, if I still had that active run, I probably wouldn't have started Rat Race when I did, which is a different like style of timeline, right? Because I wouldn't have started it right away. It probably would have already been on the decline when I would have started it. I may have taken Higgins all the way and cleared the entire Apocalypse map. Maybe. That's optimally, right? If we had not died in that one case, I would have been more cautious with spears. I still would have wanted to level them though. So we would have just been more cautious. So either I would get bit or I would, we would have successfully finished spears and moved on to the other weapons. But I'm not sure, because that's a different timeline, and I don't like to think too deep. I like to ponder about what ifs, but I don't like to go into like, you know, I don't dwell. It's fun to think about, but I don't want to dwell on it, because it's not something that I care to dwell on. I'm in the now right now, and I'd rather continue on, right? But it's fun to think about those things sometimes. You play bites only? That's understandable. A lot of people feel like that's how that should be. I've always played on standard infection, but I know some folks that play bite only and some people that play no infection at all. Shut it off. To each their own style of play, right? Yeah. No, there's tons of ways to play, and it doesn't need to be weighted all around killing either. Sometimes it's about, like, you know, cool builds. Sometimes it's about how you set up your farm, if it was... Because it could be about that too, right? Killing and looting is but one aspect of the game. I do hope that... Because they are leaning more and more to get rid of the right-click menu, kind of. I'm hoping that that means that maybe that we might actually... Because if cooking is done in this menu, first off, it's kind of clunky, but I kind of am hoping that we have like a saved recipes. Like if we could do like a saved recipes card thing, so that you could be like, oh, it'll use such and such of these, right? And then it'll check for them. Like, I'd like to do like 3 meat and 3 veg, or 2 veg, 2 meat, and 2 miscellaneous. How do I get my menu to look like that? Oh, I just click this little thing up here. I like it like this because I know what's in everything for the most part. And if I don't, I can just click this and look here, right? Meanwhile, this has text on it, right? Which is kind of cool, but I don't need this text because the reason being is it's right here. When I click this, it's right there. I don't. It says, it basically puts redundant information on the screen for me. So my brain goes, it's in 2 spots, you don't need it. So I do this instead. Gives me bigger pictures. Yeah, that's part of the vanilla options. There's no mod for that, or no mod needed for that. And they've added recently whitelists, which is kind of nice. So you can set this item as unwanted and you won't see it come up and stuff, right? As well as you can show show me the crafting recipes, show me the building recipes. And they recently added this cool little feature in the building menu. I'm not sure why but they've added in the thing from the crafting menu has been added to the build menu, but you have to toggle it on. And I don't really know why that is. This little toggle seems like somebody coded it extra. Like, why do you need this? It should just be here, right? I guess maybe because the build menu is a little bigger than the craft menu, but it doesn't seem like it. If anything, I'd argue that the craft menu is bigger. Yeah, whatever. Hello, by the way. In case I didn't say it, I don't know if I did or not, or if I did it in my head. Yeah. The right-click menu can get really bulky if you have a lot of things. Here, I can prove it too. Like with this. Here, watch this. Right? So I'll put the jerky in here because why not, right? Look at this. And this is just one, this isn't all my herbs. If I were to go and grab all my herbs, there would be a little down arrow at the bottom of this, and it would want to keep going for ages. Imagine if I actually brought my herbs over here. Like, I have thousands of herbs. It'd just be inconvenient. Do not encourage them to mess with your cooking mechanics. Chili, what if they made it better, though? What if they made it better? What if you could, like, pre-set up recipe cards and just make a recipe? Right? It'd speed it up. Imagine this, Chili. Instead of clicking, like, 8 times, you only have to click once. You click your recipe card. Make recipe. Right? Wouldn't you like to click once instead of 8 times? I mean, I know I would. And believe you me, I'm gonna ask them to I'm begging them to mess with the cooking mechanics. Because the calorie system is in desperate need of, like, something. It's too dangerous. How many clicks is it to light a fire now? Just 1, I think. You click here, right? Light fire. Oh, sorry, 2. 2 clicks. 1. Gotta look for it because I don't know where it is. Oh, wait, it's not on here anymore. They took it off. No, it's right. Oh, build campfire. Yeah. Yeah, or just 3 times, like you could do 3 times of certain type, like you could do mixed meats, you could do, include one, like fat, like, recipe cards would be nice. I would be keen on recipe cards. Let us set up the recipe cards. And then the character will look for those items. Because they've already got that kind of in the sense of the whitelisting now. And the fast transfer. Fast transfer is a new feature that they just rolled out with build 42. So, here's an example of fast transfer. I'll show you guys. I see how I have 100 nails in my inventory? I don't want to go in there while it's dark. Okay. Anyways, so if I click if I'm standing here and I click transfer same, right? It's not going to work at the moment. But, so see how I hover over this? Because I'm hovering over that one, I can quick transfer the items that are in my inventory. So for example, see how screws and nails are there? Right? Click that. Fast transfers it over there. It's a nice step in the right direction of being able to auto grab stuff as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't work properly with zombie corpses at the moment, so like you can't use it to fast pick up watches, which would be very useful. I would love to be able to set up an automatic, I want watches off of the zombies. As I'm walking past, I could be like, click this, transfer all, transfer, pick up watches, like essentially, or jewelry. Because there's a lot of jewelry and watches right now that exist that I want, but there's a lot of stuff that I have to sift through in order to find that. Three more days left in the month. I'm gonna go check my sunflowers because I really want them to be done. Like, very badly. Please, sunflowers. Yeah, or limit it. If they applied a limiter, that would be nice as well. If they did that, they should do that for the crafting. Like, because when you're walking over a spot, I don't care if there's like 800 sticks there, like, to use, right? There should be a limiter on quantities of numbers so that it doesn't overwhelm my game and drop my FPS into the toilet. Case in point, I can prove it right now if I walk back to the crafting area and just walk past the that shelf, the boxes, like here. If I close my inventory, watch, just walking through my crafting area, right? 40, 40, 40, 38, back up to 50 because there was nothing there. 40, 40, 40. Right? And if I stop here, then it stabilizes a little bit, but it is... Yeah. It's tough. If you have it on the wrong time, it might kill you. See, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have it auto pick up, but what you do is you would have it set up that when you're not fighting, that would be the best time to turn it on, and then just have a toggle. Turn on, turn off. Right? I could see that still getting people killed. But yeah, recipe cards would be nice. Those are fun little ideas to have. Take off. Some people like the amount of clicks. Well, I mean, you could choose not to use the recipe cards then. I don't like sifting through the amount of herbs though and stuff there are. Like if especially if there's like a lot of different ones and I'm looking for a very specific one, there's too many herbs. Especially if you've got a big bag of seasonings. You gotta limit the amount that you have. Only grab a handful of the seasonings and put them in the cupboard. The rest of them are in a bag somewhere far away. That's why my my box of vegetable oil I only grabbed 2 bottles and put it on the counter. The rest are in a box in storage. Otherwise, it'd be a really long vegetable oil list. We're almost there. Yeah, some people have 60 sticks of butter. And I get it. It's because some of the sticks of butter are different. Like, they're different items. So, like, that's why. It's separating them. But still, Already noon and we're already tired because of that nightmare. Nightmares ruin the days. They ruin the days. I was gonna do other things, but no, instead nightmare. I guess I'll go home and sleep. Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah, because they got a much higher percentage chance. It's like basically every day is a nightmare for them, which is it's not fair to their point value. No offense, it really isn't. They should be worth a lot more points if that's the case, because they're gonna spending like a third of their time asleep. Smoker really got the worst end of it though. Not only like so bad. Poor Smoker. Anybody who takes the Smoker trait, I actually really did feel bad. That's how that went. It's like, really? It's one of those sorts of things that you could enjoy in the apocalypse in that kind of like, you know, action movie style. But no, it's just the worst. Yeah. You're not wrong with it's basically like having restless sleeper. It's the same, kind of. The only difference is that some days you'll get those golden days where you don't get a nightmare. There should be things in the game that you could take that can help that, though. Like sleep aids or something. Why is there nothing like that? Why is it always that things are negative towards the player in that way, right? I know, I understand. It seems like it's a story of this is how you died, but at the end of the day, it seems like a lot of that is heavily leaning towards the things that hurt the player more than help the player. It slowly turns the game from, you know, zombie apocalypse to masochism, you know, almost. Everything hurts. Everything's terrible. Life sucks. Like, super duper cynical. Yeah, that one's strange, but at least you can just walk away. Being a smoker, you can't walk away from it. You can't quit smoking either. There's no quitting smoking. It's because it's not panic. Panic and stress are two separate things, apparently. Stress causes anxiety, like, is anxiousness that causes sadness, while panic doesn't actually do anything that's too hampering outside of it makes it so you can't sleep, and panic also reduces your boredom. I have not been very bored on this character at all, and sometimes I forget boredom is in the game. As a mechanic. Like, I no joke, there are times where I forget that boredom's a mechanic. That's how little value boredom has, is that it's not a real mechanic. Yeah, but those things are, I don't understand a little bit about that in the sense of everything's been increased in terms of total time, right? Things take a lot longer in 42 than they take in 41. So it's like, okay, we're gonna add sadness to when you pick up because it makes sense, right? Okay, we're gonna add sadness because you're looting the dead bodies. Okay. But why though? Realism. Well, okay, but it seems like realism is a convenient thing sometimes, but other times it's like not, right? I don't know. It's strange. It doesn't need to be too real. Something else that kind of is annoying is that then it stays with it. With the item that I'm crafting, so it shoves my crafting all the way into the strange zone. Like with the crops? I don't know, it's hard. I understand that. But like, if that's the case, then the calorie system needs to be adjusted in the same way, right? Hmm? Oh, I can't do an exclamation point Discord, so I gotta actually, like, one sec. I'll do that really quick. Yeah. Roberto. Give me 1 second. Discord. This one. There we go. Let's have a look. You said gallery? In the gallery. Is it like a potato? I don't understand. It looks like a potato. Sad potato. Oh, it's an egg. It's an egg with a face. Kind of like an eldritch horror almost. It looks like a potato to me on first look. Like one of those like sweet potatoes, you know what I mean? Kind of, like sort of, kind of, sort of. Sweet potato. It looks like something you'd hang on a tree. I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure it's probably on our anime list if I had to guess. Because Berserk sounds like an anime. Everyone you've shown it has said it? What, potato? Or that they like Berserk? It looks like a sweet potato in my book. It is cool. I like sweet potatoes, they're neat. And they're tasty. Nom nom nom. Sweet potato. A potato or Christmas ornament? Alright, well, I mean, +1 to that. I've said both. It's not an insult. It definitely is not. It's meant to be a compliment. The potatoes are the S class food of food. Like, you know, they're like fries and chips and all the good things, right? S class food. And potato patties and hash browns and mashed potatoes and baked potatoes. Yeah, potatoes are like potatoes. Yeah, homemade hash browns. Yeah. That sounds delicious. Yeah, you can mash them. You can put them in a stew. You also don't have to put them in a stew. You can just like eat them. Just eat them. Nom nom nom. Good job, Higgins. You woke up at a good time and you didn't have a nightmare. Yeah, yeah. Seasoned potatoes. I'm for this. Seasoned potatoes. Ready for dopamine? Ready? Ready, ready? Dopamine. Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah. Sherlock Sholmes. He's a hero. He always gets it wrong, but it's fine. He's still pretty good for the most part. I mean, yeah, but it's still funny though. Lots of things are getting more and more free domain though, which is kind of nice. Gradually, things of old are becoming like more accessible. For example, the Jabberwock. Jabberwock is free domain. Gradually. Takes a long time for that kind of stuff to happen though, because somebody always wants to claim the rights of it. And then there's always those people that are like, oh, but I have the rights for it. And it's like, you get scenarios like that whole happy birthday scenario. It's like, and then for a short time, people aren't singing that sort of stuff because somebody's being like silly about it. Or one that I remember was somebody wanting to have a business like that was like a restaurant. And their name was like it was their name, right? And their name was McDonald's. And so obviously the franchise McDonald's was not having was like, no, you can't do that. And then I think there was some kind of duke or somebody of royalty of some kind that was like, if you sue them, I'll sue you, kind of thing. And so they backed off, from what I heard. That is like a really old story though, and I don't know all the details, and I'm being very like vague about it all because I don't know. It's just a story that I heard about. And those kinds of things are annoying. People being like, it's important to have copyrights, but at the same time, like, come on. It's their name. Like, leave them alone. You're not missing much at the moment. It's me carting wood over to the wood pile, essentially, so that I can burn it for charcoal, so I can utilize this foggy day for blacksmithing XP. Not much being lost there. But that's if you don't want to go out and do combat, you can just take a day and just not. You don't have to go out every single day. There we go. I just ate 8 more ball peen hammers. Why? Not because I'm gonna use them, at least not right now. I just wanted to make ball peen hammers for fun. This recipe used to be instant. I'm just gonna put that one out there. You used to be very fast to do this recipe, and you could do a lot more of them at a time. I gotta do it one at a time, but it gives you more gold in the end, so I should be happy with it. Like you're getting more fragments total. And then it's 10 fragments per sheet. Which at the end we got how many? We got 20 sorry, 2 sheets. You're gonna be in tears tomorrow if your print fails? Why would it fail? Is there a reason why it would fail? Hopefully it doesn't fail. How am I doing on skills? They're going okay. I'm sort of poking at blacksmithing right now because it's a rainy day. So we're almost nearly done with blacksmithing. I got 2 more levels to go. Carpentry I can let fly as soon as I'm done with, like, well, because I'm making nails a lot of the time. So I could just like go and finish carpentry whenever I want. That said, masonry I can max out easily. Napping I can finish off as well. I think I can do glass making all the way to 10 here shortly as well. We're working on our long blunt at the moment as well, and after that, I'm waiting a little bit on some leeks and some lettuce at the moment for trapping, and then we can do a little bit more trapping, but we're not going to be able to max trapping, not yet. Running should probably be at level 8 soon. Strength is about 1/3 of the way through, and fitness is about half-ish, 50% on level 7. So I still got a long ways to go for those two. But that said, I could do sneaking and light-footed whenever I want, so that should be easy. I've mathed it out to be about 16 skills, level 10 soon, relative to me completing mold draw. So once mold draw is done, and then we'll be mostly doing combat skills, and then also I consider electrical a combat skill. Am I the only one that thinks that way? Why is it coming up at 0? Can you forge a pipe bomb? I don't need a pipe bomb. They're fun, but I don't need one. Oh, actually, while we're... it'll still be raining tomorrow. Good night, Higgins. Another nightmare. The game's really trying to lay on the nightmare. Why are you having nightmares, Higgins? Your life's not that bad. Yeah, I don't have books at the moment. But that's okay, we can do yard maintenance and crafting here in a second. That'll take up pretty much this whole in-game day. Let's go check on the sunflowers. Hopefully they're done. Oh, some of them are. I might need a lot of drying racks here in a second. It's 3 degrees out right now. They're not a small plant. Large plant drying rack. I got lots of twine. I got lots of sticks. Let's go. Let's make as many of these as I can. How big these are. Take up so much room.
Oh.
So that's 40. I don't think this is anything different than the other one, but I'll build one just to see what happens. Just to see if it is different. Sunflower 20 doesn't seem different, so I can do 80 right now. How many total do I have? So I can do 80. So I'll go put the 80 on. The rest I'll freeze for now, because I don't want them to their freshness to go off. How long does it take them to dry? Okay. One day. Look, they actually have, like, it actually looks like them. That's kind of cool. It actually looks like sunflowers. It'll only take them a day to dry? Heck yeah. I'm still gonna freeze the rest of them because I don't want them to go off. I'm gonna go get a mitful more smithing XP. We're gonna want to chop down some more trees though. I think I'll probably get a few more drying racks. We're gonna need the trees chopped down anyway so that I can get more fuel for... Because I'm charcoal, like, burned at this point. I have very little charcoal. And this is just gonna melt all my charcoal away. Good XP though. Yeah, I like the coin recipe, and I like the idea of the coins. Like, I like the idea of having a currency in Zomboid that you may be able to trade later. Yeah, for future currency stuff, I'm keen. That'll be good. Be able to, like, collect the... And maybe with, like, vendors and stuff, we can trade. Making gold mask. I probably will make one eventually. We are gonna need to sleep. And then tomorrow we might need to pay a visit to the rabbits, but right now we don't. Like a full suit of gold armor, just walking around, luxury. Like, could you imagine? That'd be hilarious. I'd do it. Why not? I've already got some keychains. I've been making them. Let's drop that there, because we're going to be about to do... Oh, wait, we can't. I was going to say we're going to do some fitness, but... No. It'd be better to do the magazine thing. The reason why it's better to do the magazine thing right now is because my fatigue, like I'm maxed out on fatigue, like being tired. So we won't be able to work out effectively. Meanwhile, putting bullets into the magazine is unaffected by being tired. Now we've only got a half bottle of port left. We've been taking our port shots. We've managed to clear half a bottle. May need to see about going to another place that has alcohol. I actually didn't loot all of that one side of Dixie. We could go back there and see if they've got some alcohol. Let's see. I know that we've got like a 6-pack over at the Spiffos, but I'm nervous to go back there after what I did. I drove the vehicle ever so slightly, and that's all that it took to basically make that area angry. So, when we go back there, I want to make sure this area is clear so that when we go back there, okay, so the zombies behind me aren't going to be a problem. The zombies in front of me are going to be a problem. Zomboid? Zomboid? What? Why did it crash? Higgins, why did it crash? Why did you crash? I don't know. It's weird. Right? I'm not the only one that thinks that. That was weird. Underscore crash. Maybe it tried. Higgins had such a terrible nightmare that my game couldn't handle it. Such a terrible nightmare that just the game exploded. Crash with a skull is ominous. I mean, kind of. At the end of the day, though, I'm like, I mean, I wanted to get, I want to get 34,000 kills, and then I also want to harvest the rest of my sunflowers if it's possible. Those are things that I wanted. You're a serial killer? No, because cardboard isn't alive. But that is a good pun. I do think that. Oh God, why was that flashing? What on earth? What? It loaded in sleeping. I've never seen that. Is it going to continue? Crash. For just a moment, I thought he was going to actually continue to sleep so long that it killed him. That's genuinely what I thought. I thought he was going to continue to sleep forever until he died. And thankfully that didn't happen, but definitely the most nervous I've been in the run so far. Yeah, the forever sleep. To which I know that that I could probably bring that to the Discord and that it would probably be absolved as a bug. But the thing is it's I wouldn't I'm not the I don't like doing that kind of thing. So we would be starting over if that kind of thing happens. I would be dead. I would accept the death. But thankfully that didn't happen. Ribbit. It didn't happen. Ugh. Is that a sign though? Hmm. These are at 10%. I'm gonna go check my flowers. It definitely has me nervous though. And I know myself, I'm not doing combat while I'm nervous. That's a bad call. Yay, more of the flowers are done. Everything's well watered, and we have another 63 flower heads that I'm gonna throw in the freezer. So we're going to be keeping 50 seeds, but the rest I'm going to turn all into veggie oil. Maybe I'll keep 100 seeds. Gonna take a couple of in-game days for those to be properly ready. Anyways, these ones should be nearly done though. That looks finished. Why does it say take all when it does that? This one's literally... You think I'm doing great? I do appreciate that. I'm still nervous though because of the crashes, right? It's never good to see the game. Seriously, Zomboid? Yeah, the drying racks just crashed me just now. I think it's because I moved the window, but I don't know. No, it's not. It's not memory leak because of that. Memory leak would mean that my game would slow down gradually over time, not immediately. It's got nothing to do with that. Plus, in fairness, I have a lot less items on the ground than a lot of other people do. There's a lot of other folks that are around that have way more items than me on the ground. Yuri's save got corrupted thanks to the drying racks? I'll have a look. They say... Ah, I see. I do sometimes. You're seeing it live. Some of the drying racks work, but some of them don't. I'm noticing that, so it's not about that. It's about... I wonder what's causing that. I managed to pick up a few of them, but clearly there's something going wrong with the drying racks. That's pretty... Like, and it's fatal. Like, it crashes your game to desktop. Yeah, see? So you've seen me just a few seconds ago pick up like a handful of the leathers. Just fine. But some of the drying racks are causing me to crash the desktop. I think it's because I'm going into the drying rack at the second that they're completing. And that's what I'm gonna go out on a limb on and say is that these drying racks are close to completion and they're not done yet. And because I'm entering at the moment when they're loading still, it's causing the crash. At least that's what my hypothesis is for right now. Because I've been able to pick up the leathers just fine, no problem up to this point. So clearly, I'm doing something wrong, right? Very frequently, I will feel like it's my fault first before I think, well, it could be the game, because it's not. Maybe it's not the game, but maybe it is. Either way, I'm sure they'll figure it out. And in the meantime, if there is issues with leather, well, I have some leather that I'd like to process, but I'd love it for them to make it so that I can process more than one. Enjoy your lurk. And I am going to hope that I can continue my save here in a second. And I'm just going to move away from the leather for the time being. He sledgehammered the regular racks or all of the racks? My game's crashing on repeat. It's a concern. But I'll figure it out here in a moment. Right now, I'm just trying to see. Well, crash. This isn't good. This definitely breaks my flow. That's not good at all. I need to fix this. I managed to pick the leathers out of 3 of the racks, then crash. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Crash. Don't like wanting, like, I'm gonna be forced. I'm gonna load it in debug and see if I can't push past it, if it'll let me. Shit. Son Boyd. Well, that's not a good sign. I'm gonna give it a second. I'm gonna take debug off as well. 1 second. Where is it? I have a theory. Okay, so I'm gonna launch the game again. How many drying racks do I have? Do you guys know? Like offhand? We'll see it briefly here in a second, but I'm going to count how many drying racks I have. I am going to assume that the game is going to crash that many times based on the fact that each of the drying racks is going to achieve its completion. The craft logic's going to fail on that, but then it progresses to the point where it's not capable anymore. So it doesn't have the recipe loaded, and therefore it's going to crash that many times based on the amount of drying racks I have. So I don't need debug for this. So I shut debug off because I don't need that. And based on my guess of this is that I need to work through a mitful more crashes. So let's see. How many racks do I have? We'll count them. No, because it won't ask for it after it's already been completed, right? Because it'll move on to the next stage. $16 to $15 small ones. Okay, so and how many crashes have we had so far? So we can keep track right now. If let's say 16, just to be mean, and say 16. And we've had, I think we're on our 5th or 6th crash, so we would have to get through 10 more. Now, assuming that the craft logic deep thing doesn't happen all the time, I think that means that we have to work through at least 11 more crashes on average-ish to get through this, I think. But we basically will be pushing through these issues. I hope. It's not even loading the time. Okay, that's another crash. Good. Yeah. I'll crash my game over 18 times? Yeah. Yes, I will. If it'll fix the problem. And then I'll just not use the drying racks until like or the leather drying racks at least until later. But the problem is I want to use the plant drying racks, and if the plant drying racks have the same issue, well, that's gonna hurt my playthrough. I might just wait. We'll play other things other than Rat Race. Because I've got a CDDA playthrough that we can do still, and there's other Zomboid I can do. But if it's gonna be like that, that's not good. But yeah, loading my game 18 plus times to try and get through this, I'm gonna try. I put all of my effort I can into it. I'm gonna give this screen a little bit more time, see if that helps. This is sucky. We got time? Look, it says the time, almost. Did you see? There was numbers there. It loaded further. Somebody's reported this, right? Already? Oh, it's on the forums? Just if like I want this to be reported. And I don't want other people to have to suffer through this. Nobody else needs to suffer through this. OBS give up. That's funny to me. OBS is like, come on, are you really gonna keep trying this? You just like, yeah, I am. I am gonna keep trying. Can't slow me down. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. We weren't there for a while. What happened? Oh, my drying racks caused a fatal glitch now that I'm trapped in. So I can't get out. I'm slowly trying to get out now. But we'll see if I can manage to push through the amount of crashes I think that is required, at least based on like how I think the error system works. Is if I can get through the first, what is it, 15 or 16 crashes, I might be able to get out of the loop. But I don't know. Absolute worst case scenario. I do have one backup, but I don't want to have to use it. I really don't. I don't like using backups. But this is outside of my... Oh. A lot more of this game loaded this time. Doesn't seem to have changed much, though. It seems like we're stuck. I hope this is on the forum somewhere. I don't want anyone to have to suffer through this. I'm glad that it's happening, at least like in a place where folks can see it, so that they'll be able to not have the same issue, and that they can post about it. I don't want people to suffer through this. It's not fair to folks, especially if they have to work a 9 to 5 and then come home and, you know, the stressful day, and then they got to worry about their zomboid breaking too. That's not good for them. Could I rescue my run? There's 2 ways that I could rescue my run. But I'm testing the first way first. There's probably a third way, and that would be to get assistance. Somebody who knows how to read the code and or fix these kinds of things would be. But that said, I don't think that would work out. The alternative would be to load my backup, which is not keen. I don't like doing that. But of course, we'll see. Exactly. So my thought process would be the only way to be. I don't know what that says because it's got stars in it. There's a it thinks it's a link, so it made it into stars. I think right now I'm gonna keep trying to like I'm counting the amount of crashes I'm having, and I want to outpace the amount of drying racks I have. Yeah, I'm not deleting the entity data bin. I know what happens when you delete that file. I'm not deleting that. I would sooner start over my run than delete that. How old is the backup? The release of build 4212. So it's not that old. I would lose a handful of levels. The problem is does this problem persist on the plant drying racks too? Because if it does, then that's extra sucky. Did you have the problem on the plant drying racks too, or is it just the leather ones? I'm gonna guess that it was both. Well, I have the leather ones. I don't have plant ones right now. Because I was using the leather ones to level my tailoring. I'm gonna wait for the program to respond just for a little bit. It's not, because all of my racks are fresh. I deleted all the other racks and made them all brand new. So it's not an old rack problem. First thing. Second thing is the old racks weren't working. They weren't working right. So that's why I had to do that. See, my backup's not that old though. Like technically it would be, like I said, it's the release of build 4212. So it's like a few, like not too long ago. Cuz I haven't played that much Zomboid between now and then. Like I played what, 3 times? I was happy though cuz I was making good progress, and to have that knocked away. You're not asking my bad questions. I'm just answering questions as they're coming. I'm not trying to be jaded or anything about it either. Like, if I am sounding like it, I'm sorry, and it's not my intent. I've lost many a run due to bugs. This would not be the first. But yeah, like I said, I do have the one backup, so I would be able to utilize that backup if it were to be. Once again, because I'm going to say, because other folks are going to say this, it's not because of the items on the ground. I was perfectly fine walking around that area before, and there were more items there before. I got rid of a lot of the items that were on the ground before. And I even turned the game to 2D sprites instead of 3D sprites to increase the loading speed. And it has helped increase the loading speed, that is. Because you can see the time and you can see some of the moodles and stuff are being loaded. There is some strangeness, though, I'm noticing. $408? What? That's not accurate. Hmm. Hmm. The next update won't push until next month, though. Like, probably the end of October, middle of October. Mystery question mark October, even if they'll even do one in October. I don't know. October. The game forces me to make a backup at the update of every patch. That's what happens. You can make your own backups though by copying the folder where your save is, and then, you know, make a copy, put it somewhere else, and if what happens to me is happening to you, you just would delete the old save and put over the backup. That's how it would work. It's the same as how people are able to play on previous builds of Project Zomboid Build 42, or alternatively, people can, it's a faster way to load Build 41, is by keeping a copy of Build 41 around in files, and then just swapping the files out, right? It's not super complicated, not very difficult to do. That said, though, I myself don't very often make backups. The reason why I don't is not necessarily because it's just good. I feel like I can get back to wherever I am in the game, regardless of if I lose the playthrough or not. So, but it's a bad habit, is what I'm saying. It's a bad habit. Don't copy this habit. It's bad. That said, I can technically load that other backup. I can. Alternatively, though, I could also play other things until build 42.13 or a hotfix for the drying racks comes out. Build 42.12.1, which is not likely to happen because they haven't been doing hotfixes lately outside of extremely fatal circumstance. Now, this doesn't qualify as that. So I'm expecting that I'm not going to be able to see a drying rack fix until build 42.13. So that's like a month away. So rest in peace, my Rat Race playthrough for now. For now, that is. I don't know if I'm gonna load the backup or not. I might load the backup here just to see where we were if I were to do the backup, but I don't think I want to. Just out of sort of morbid curiosity to see if I were to load the backup, where would we be? But that said, I don't think I'm gonna do the backup. Not right now. I'll just wait for a little bit. I don't know. Well, that, by the way, is more than the amount of number of my drying racks in reloads to crashes. At least I think it is. I don't think it's improving. The only time it improved ever so slightly was because I had all right, let's load the this is the backup. So we'll load the backup to see where it is. If we were to load the backup, I'm gonna lose a little bit of progress, but it would be less lost than everything. But also I could just wait until build 42.13, where maybe they'd have a fix for the drying rack issue. Maybe. Hard to say. Don't know. Sorry, I leaned back. I don't know. We'll see. I would edit the file name so that it doesn't have the word backup on it. But we'll see. Hmm. This is something normally I do off stream. Kind of let it load and then, but sucky. At least it kind of looks like the zombies going to the beat of the song. Hmm. I'm not sure. We're halfway. Let me think. When do I think this backup is from? If I had to guess, it would be from before I finished level 10 short blade. So it would be like level 9 short blade, level 3 long blunt, level 3 agriculture. Those are the key ones that I can remember, I think. And I think we will be at 20, no, maybe 30k even, or 28k if I were to. I think. Well, I don't know. It's caused me problems for sure. I don't know if it's gonna have that, we'll see. At least it creates a backup, so there is possibility to use that, which is what I'm checking my place within the backup to see where we would be if I decide to use it. If not, though, I don't know. Well, I'm still thinking about it. My mind's kind of at a weird place at the moment, trying to understand. Worst case scenario, I'd have to start again from ground up. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. It's just this sort of waiting and this not knowing is not good. Not good at all. At least we've got other things going on as well. So it's not just like, I mean, just having issues in Zomboid is one thing. Like, I mean, it's fine. That's okay. It's not the best though. Not the best for my mind at all. Adds yet another thing to think about. But yeah, I'm gonna be thinking about it for a bit. I just want to see where we're at in the backup if I decide to use it. If I decide not to and decide to wait, or decide to try and push through somehow, find a way to clip that one particular piece of Java code. Because, I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll push a hotfix for it if enough people complain. But I don't expect that. I expect we're going to be waiting to 42.13. Which means that I don't know when that's going to happen, seeing as 42.12 just dropped. Like, we just got 12. So, like, I mean, 13 ain't due for a while. I still think this is one of the better patches, even though it's destroyed my game, possibly. Because it's outside of this one instance, a lot of the patch has been good. There's been a lot of good changes, but there's been a handful of bad things as well. This being obviously the biggest one. The one that causes my game to not work. And that's saying, like, I mean, because I didn't really like 42.9 or 42.10 or 42.11. They were not, like, 42.10, 42.9 were both, very, like, bitter patches. 42.11 was a fix for 42.10. Kind of. It was a step in the right direction. There's also no guarantee in 42.13. I mean, if it's crashing people's games, that's actually, it's a high chance it'll get fixed. Because it's, crashes are not something devs want. They don't want their game to crash, right? It's bad. Because, like, I don't know. Especially with a mechanic that already takes a week for that stuff to activate. Not counting the fact that I'm playing on settings that make it take longer, but like let's scratch that part out and remember it takes a week for this crash to build up. that part should also be like a week in game time to hit the point where it causes you to crash. And honestly, had I not been around the leather making stuff, I probably wouldn't have clued in that it was the leather making stuff that was causing the crash. Because I would have just been at my bed, right? Sleeping. But it seems like it gets around some of it somehow. I don't know how it gets around it, though. Because some of them completed. So clearly it gets around it, but I don't know how to trigger the workaround. You think a fix will be released soon? You're talking about the modding community, though. You're not talking about the devs. You're talking about patch fixes. Not hot fixes. This one is maybe fatal enough, though. Maybe. Oh, you're talking about specifically developers? Okay. Well, we can keep our eyes out, and I can be hopeful. Like, I can be hopeful. It's just obviously it adds a bunch of. It definitely doesn't put my mind at ease. So this is just to see where we are if I were to load the backup. And then I'm going to try loading the other thing again. Because I'm stubborn and I can't help it. So just okay, so this is where we would be if I decided to load the backup. Oh, we're like, what? This is way, way earlier than I thought it was. Yeah, teetering on the cusp of finishing. Yeah, so I was right. It was just before we popped, but I thought I was going to lose like a full level of short blade. I did lose the full level of long blunt, so we would be long blunt 5 right now. But that said, this is not a bad place to lose. Like, I lost what? Like 1,000 kills? I can give 1,000 kills in like less than a stream. Less than half of a stream if I really decide that I want to do that. That's nothing. So this is where the backup is. We lost a month, literally 30 days in game. If we choose to do this. So like 30 days, that's like one stream. Okay, so I'm gonna rename this one because otherwise I'm gonna start getting confused with the whole backup. 07. What do we call it? Sure. Okay. So we have, there you go. So we have the recovered. And then we have this one is the crash. Yeah, so we lost 30 days. 31 days technically, but we lost 30 days. Because the crash one is on 2 years, 11 months, 6 days, if I remember correctly. We lost 2 levels in combat skills and probably a handful of non-combat skills levels, but I mean, I don't even really think about those outside of doing the levels for them. So it doesn't like, I don't even remember where we were with those. I just remember we heard the level up sound a few times and I was happy about it. But yeah, we'll try and load this original save again. If it crashes, it crashes. Whatever. I'm going to see. Hi, Bonds. I'm having issues. Issues that aren't going to be fixed with tissues. I'll load it awfully quick. This is the issues that I'm having, by the way, Bonds. See? Yeah, so that's the original save. That's my rat race save. The save that you've seen previously where the buckets were and all that, well, that's the one backup that I have where we'll lose like a little bit. It's not that bad, but I'm gonna post it in the rat race Discord and see what folks think if I should do, if I should load the backup and just, you know, scratch all the progress that I've made currently in exchange for not using the drying racks until they fix them, because that's what happened. Is the drying racks have broken the save, so I can't get past. Apparently they're doing some weird reloading of the crafting or whatever. I don't know. It's apparently somebody said that they figured it out and that it's some kind of crafting problem where they're rolling to craft logic or something. I don't know. It's beyond my understanding. All I know is that the drying racks are the culprit, that they're causing the problem. When they're ticking over from the drying racks themselves, like when they tick from being to complete, because that's what was happening there. That's why it initially froze while I was sleeping, was because some of the drying racks did complete. But for some reason, some of them finished and succeeded in their crafting. Some of them did not. And I don't know why. I don't understand fully what's going on there. Yeah, because some of them finished. But now some of them are crashing me. I've mentioned this already multiple times. My drying racks are not old. All of my drying racks are brand new, because what I did is I picked up all my drying racks, threw them in the Spiffo dumpster, and then deleted them. And then I went and made brand new drying racks. All of my stuff is brand new. Because my drying racks weren't working. So I was like, okay, well, these are going in the trash and I'll just make brand new ones. And so I did. It cost me all of the long sticks I saved up, all of them, to remake all my drying racks. And I did it. These aren't old. They aren't old. These are all from 4212. So it's not old drying racks. If somebody thinks that, that's wrong. It's not old drying racks. The new drying racks are doing it too. Yes, it can happen to new drying racks. It can happen. It's the crafting logic itself, I think, is what somebody mentioned earlier, and that makes sense. It's the crafting recipe is broken, and it's causing enough of a fatal error to crash the game. So somebody needs to probably post that on the forums, or at least check if it's on the forums. I think that Olivier said that it was on the forums already. And that I mean, crash reports are the ones that these kinds of bugs are the ones that get looked at first. Death bugs, combat bugs, and these often get looked at first because, well, they're the most problematic, right? All right, so I'm going to think about if I want to use the backup or not. I don't know. We'd have to re-get the combat stuff, and I'm pushed back a little bit, but I'm going to be talking with the folks on the Rat Race Discord, because ultimately it'll be up to them as well, because I'm not just going to pull a backup and start using it without, you know, the folks saying it's okay. If folks want me to restart from scratch or wait until 4213, I'll do what is best, right? Like, I wanna make sure that it's okay. Anyways, I am thinking though that I am gonna wrap it there. As much as I'll be able to come back and stream later today. We'll be doing RimWorld. We're gonna be doing more of the Frog Island. But yes, I've got a date planned with Emma, so I'm going to go and spend time with Emma, hopefully. Anyways, let's find somebody where we can raid. Um, yeah, we can raid. Yeah, Yuri's looking at the code. We can raid Yuri. There we go. It's been my pleasure as always, everyone. You guys have yourselves a nice day.